the society, and that they are telling us that we have a negative impact on all the above mentioned. So yeah, we'll have to look at that. So at the end of the day, I like to look at the challenge from a sustainable agricultural side, and I've already mentioned that. Now we're getting to maybe the biggest challenge at the end of the day, and I have to summarize with that. Basically, in my view, the biggest concern is, or challenge is, population growth. And that could be from the one side, and that has a dual effect at the end of the day. But climate change or climate variability is the other challenge that we have to face. And both these are very, very complex, or it's very, very complex running into this. So population growth at the end of the day creates opportunity for profits and practices. I'm quickly going to run through that. As we have it there, profits and practices. For profits, we need to cut costs, increase revenue, increase productivity. For practices, that's basically agronomically focused, and that's where we want to be as farmers, and we want to continue with having a look at the agronomic practice that we work with. So we deal with crop selection, production practices, and both these entities are also very complex. So if you're economically focused, for the economists, it's all about the bottom line. It's about creating revenue. And we can go through all of that. I'm not an economist, so I'm not going to deal with that. So I'm just going to run to the following. I'm rather an agronomist, and if you're economically focused, it's an extremely complex. We have to take into consideration literally every aspect of crop production. This is a mind map of an agronomist, also known as crop ontology. And I'm known for being not the greatest fan of modeling or modelers. Sorry, John, but I do love you. But, but I have my reservations here. The agronomist is the ultimate modeler, according to me, actually, at the end of the day. We do not just consider historic data, but we also, and it's not just an agronomist, also a farmer, we use the historic data, we use newly projected data, and then we add a little bit of something we call hope, and then we decide to plant a crop or not. And then we invest a huge amount of money into this, into a cropping system. So yeah, this is extremely complex, and I've tried to simplify this because a friend of mine, Dr. Alleman, always said, keep it simple. All right, so I've divided crop production into uncontrollable and controllable factors. The uncontrollable factors are those things that are actually a given. If you've got a farm, the land is a given. You can manage and alter it to a certain extent to your benefit or to the detriment. Climate is a given, and it's variable. Economy, yeah, on the farm, you can determine the economy to a certain extent. But we, as South Africa, is a very, very small economy in the global context. And then we've got the sociology. This is actually, at the end of the day, the consumer or the media that plays a major role. From the agronomist side, we prefer to work with the controllable factors. The more exact stuff that we can make use of and use in the decision-making of a crop production system. Not one of these single factors stand alone. They are all in combination and coexist, and they all together determine your yield and quality, and that's actually what we sell to create the revenue at the end of the day. This is an old saying, and it's always very, very dear to me. Farming looks mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from the cornfield. I usually use this against the economist, but don't worry. The reason I've used or included this is because Eisenhower used to work against those who criticized the farmers from afar, and because they don't understand the intrinsic craft that we are working with in crop production. So it's very, very important to me. And just to put it a little bit in context, and unfortunately I have to use the politicians now, is when it serves the purpose, agriculture can be seen as the friend of agriculture, job creation. And tomorrow, it's against agriculture because then we contaminate the world and everything going with that. So that's just in a simplified manner. But I'm going to use this, and this is where it's going to get a little bit more interesting for me, and I would prefer it actually to be down there and talk from the back and not here in the front. I'm always uncomfortable here in the front. But we're going to run through 120 years of crop production. And I'm going to try to keep it as simple as possible. Since the 1920s, we've roughly cultivated 1.6 million hectares of maize, and that gradually increased over the next 50 or more years, 50, 55 years to the mid-1970s, to approximately 5.2 million hectares, which is quite a bit. And from there onwards, we had a slight decrease. up until the early 2000s, when we have had actually a baseline of approximately 2.6 million hectares of maize that's being produced. My whole talk is basically concentrated on the summer rainfall region and the maize production. So let's just quickly have a look at the production figures that we have here. And I'm quickly going to look at the world records. I think this was 2 years ago. David Hula in America, 42 tons per hectare, approximately. If I'm wrong, don't let the facts interfere with a good story. But okay, let's continue. The entry level for that year was approximately 525 tons. Now, if you compare that to the South African records that was published by Grain SA 2 years ago, the dryland in the west was about 13 tons, and the eastern side, the eastern IFL, Mpumalanga, those areas, 15 tons. I think that 15.26 was at Bethlehem, if I'm correct. And the irrigation and Dubai, I might be wrong here, it's around about 23, 24 tons. So I might be wrong. I'm not very sure. But okay, that's actually what we fielded. But let's start off by 1910. 780,000 tons has been produced. That have gradually, oops, sorry, wrong button. That have gradually increased, well, not gradually, quadrupled over a 40-year period to 2.8 million tons. 2 million ton increase. And that has increased staggering to around about the 1980s to 15 million tons. So the record yields 2 years ago is also once again about 14, 15, 16 million tons. So it's quite a bit that we've reached in the 1980s, but if you can remember, and I'll double up the figures in a moment's time, but you can remember we had that graph of the area that was produced under maize, and it came to around about 5.6 million hectares round about here. All right, so that's where we had that high yield. But nature has a way of keeping you close to the ground. And 1981, 82, 82, 83, we had a severe drought, and the yield plummeted from 14 million tons to around about 4 million tons, 10 million ton reduction. Okay, and so we had these spikes up and down as we continued, and as everything progressed, the yields increased to around about 16 million tons that we had a year or two ago when it was still fairly wet. This year was also once again a dry year, but we'll see how it will run out at the end of the day. Okay, then I've plotted the area that we've produced against the yield, and I got the average yield per hectare. And you can see once again, there's the gradual increase. Around about the mid-1950s, we had approximately 1 ton per hectare, and that increased gradually to around about 2 tons, 3 tons, around about there. And we have seen increased, and we're now around about 5.8 to 6.2 tons of maize. And this includes both irrigation as well as the dryland maize. So that's for the total for the country. Right, so I've used a regression graph just to see what happens, and it's quite interesting, and I like to be a little bit more practical. Those of you who have worked with maize, if you take a bag of maize, it's 50 kgs, from 1910 up until now, increase of 1 bag per year. So we haven't done that bad. So 49.5 kilograms of maize, the increase. Now the question for me is, what contributed to these increases over the time? And I've used this, and this is my own way. I'm not going to explain the science behind this because it's actually simple, it's just maths. But we started off with 0.7 tons of maize per hectare in the 1920s approximately. And then we had to increase, stepwise increase of approximately, the first increase was about 500 kilograms or 60%. That's 22 kilograms per year over a 30-year period. That has increased up to, sorry, and that's now where I have to take this off, otherwise I can't see here, to around about 2 tons, another 800 kilogram increase over the next 20 years, another 20-year increase where we have the 2.6 tons. Then we had a sudden increase to 4.7 tons. That's approximately 127 kilograms per year over a 13-year period. And the last incremental increase was up to 5.8 tons, another 36% increase. So we had all these increases continuously, and the question is, how did we achieve this? And I've tried to put all of this together, and I'm going to start off with my historic projection as we go along. And the first one, and I have to start off with tractors because I'm crazy about tractors, and that was in the 1915s. Between 1915 and 1918, we had approximately 231 tractors in South Africa, in the old Union of South Africa, with a pulling power of about 30 kilowatts. Very, very small little tractors that we had. And the biggest challenge we had here was to convince farmers to move from oxen-drawn implements to fossil fuel-powered tractors. And we know farmers, they are set in their ways. It's not easy to change them. All right, so what happened during this period? And I'm quickly going to show you. To change it is not that easy, as I've said, and I found this article from March 1922 in the Sun and Agricultural Journal of South Africa, the tractor in South Africa. I'm not going to read through it, but what's very interesting to me is that section that I've underlined here, and this was by P.J. Stevenson from America. I think he was a mechanical engineer. Farmers are becoming more and more progressive and are realizing that they must utilize the most modern and up-to-date methods available. 102 years later, still the same. Nothing has changed. Okay, so just for interest's sake, something else in the same journal that I found, an advertisement, the Rand Agricultural Show, 1922. This is just to indicate the long-standing relationship between agriculture and the community. Nowadays, I just think it's called the Rand Show. Doesn't have the flavor of agriculture anymore, but it's still there. Right, so let's go on to the first incremental increase that we have. And there's actually 4 factors that I've identified that increased it. First of all, once tractors. Remember, we started off 30 years earlier, 231 tractors. By 1918, they've imported 294 tractors at the cost of around about 50,000 pounds. The year after that, they've imported 736 tractors at the cost of nearly 200,000 pounds in those days. So we jumped from 200 to approximately 500, and then we've added another 7, around about 1,200 tractors in that period. And then over the next 30 years, they've changed it up to 48,000 tractors. So 40-fold increase in tractors. Remember, the power was around about, the power output was around 30 kilowatts. Now it's up to 45 kilowatts approximately. So much bigger tractors, we could cultivate much more land, much quicker, much more efficient, slightly deeper with the equipment that they had. All right. Initially, it was a problem for the farmers because they wanted to test these tractors under very harsh conditions. Generally, the tractors were tested after the harvest was done, so the soils in the high veld in the summer rainfall region was very dry and hard. The tractors were too small initially, and the elevation above sea level, we didn't have turbos at that time. You didn't have that 30 kilowatts. It was down maybe to 20, 25 kilowatts that we had. But as the tractors increased in size and the power, it became more evident that we had to move on with the tractors. Equipment was still very limited at this stage. Yeah, maybe I should have done this, sorry. There's a 48,000. Labor was a problem in other parts of the world because this is the period between 1950 and 1920 and 1950. And it was limited, labor was limited, but with the incorporation of tractors, it became much easier. South Africa, it wasn't a big problem. But the big game changer was World War II. I know no one loves the wars, but World War II was a game changer. The reason for that was the people that went, that actually participated in the war were exposed to new technologies. Like, for instance, the equipment that they saw, the tractors that they saw, implements, as I've said. And then the advantage of hybrids, because we didn't have hybrids, we worked with OPVs. We've moved actually from that little seed to the OPVs that look like this, and maybe in some of those days. And nowadays we've got maize seeds that looks like this. So quite simple. That's the progress that we've seen. So that actually changed the whole system, and this whole game changer started off with a lot of hybrid lines that was imported from the USA, and the first comparison between hybrids of the South African lines that we had in those days, 1945s, 3 cultivars were evaluated. It was called Sahara, Unveld, and I think Potchefstroom Pol was evaluated against these hybrids. And the hybrids outperformed our local varieties by 161%. And then the Department of Agriculture and the Maize Board started with the breeding programs in 1947, and the first seed was distributed, the hybrid seed was distributed by 1949. And that actually set the whole field for improvement of breeding in South Africa. Some of the stuff that I'm going to show you is going to be very repetitive, but I'll try to keep it a little bit interesting if as far as possible. Then the fertilizer industry, Dr. Hallman is sitting here. I'll get back to him in a while. Luckily, he isn't as old as 1819. But that was when the first inorganic fertilizers was imported in South Africa. Where? Western Cape. Small amounts was imported. The first factory was actually established, or then so-called factory was called Safco in Durban, and they extracted phosphorus from bones. I'm not going to go through all of this. Some of the names you'll still recognize here, like Kainoch, the first factory in 1990. And that was as a result of the mining industry that required more and more explosives, and byproducts by that time was stuff like sulfuric acid that could be incorporated into as fertilizers. A very interesting system or industry, the fertilizer industry. The first merger, and there were many mergers to come over time, but the first merger was between Kainoch and the Cape Explosives. And they called themselves AE and I, and the name has changed a little bit later, and I'll show that as well. So we had some blends by this time, but it was actually limited as a result of the World War II and potash and stuff that could not be imported. And then I've highlighted, I'm still going to call him Hendrik Pistorius, because he was a legend for some of the older people around here. He was always involved in the congresses. He made huge contributions, also financial contributions. And there's just a little slide of them in the 1944s. And he started off his company with lime, Mokopane, not very far from here. So, all contributed to this. Okay, then we had the second, there was four basic factors that we looked into. Then we had another incremental increase, and this is part of the history, and that doubled up to about 8 different factors that we have here. Sorry, it's a little bit small there, but we're going to get to that. And that's the period from 1950 to 1917. I call this the real change. Remember, we had tractors, 48,000 tractors. Now it has quadrupled to 165,000 tractors. Just think of what happened. This is the area where agriculture became the friend of the politicians. 100,000 jobs were created just by importing tractors and starting the tractors in the fields. Okay, various names, I'm not going to go with them. Tractors became a little bit bigger again, 50 kilowatts. And I'll show you some of them in a picture in the following slides. A lot of equipment was imported, but now we started off South Africa with the local companies like Vetsak, Slattery. Some of these names were very, very, very prominent in South Africa. And nowadays we've got, once again, this boom of South African, like Arlington Implements, and we've got Van Zyl Staalwerke, and we've got Agri Shalom and Bloemfontein, and a few others as well throughout the country that has started the whole process again. So we've got cycles in this whole production system. The hybrids or the breeding process, by 1958, we had the establishment of the first South African seed company called Pannar. And by 1959, the private companies took over the responsibility of breeding from the then Department of Agriculture and the Maize Board, and other companies followed like Asgro, Carnia, and Sensaku. Just a snip out from Landbou Weekblad, 1956, if I'm correct. I think this one was published in January. That is how the tractors looked. Still, very renowned names like Malcolm S. And this is the old Alice Chalmer that was advertised at that time. Okay, why did I show this? Once again, the long-standing relationship between the community and popular magazines like the Farmers Weekly and the Landbou Weekblad. The first Farmers Weekly was published in 1911. The first Landbou Weekblad was published in 1918. And they are still on the market. So, we're still going strong. This, unfortunately, is Afrikaans from the same one, but I just wanted to show you something here. Very interesting to me. It's a farm that was up to be sold in the Eastern Free State, and they've indicated how fertile the soil was, how many bags of maize and wheat and whatever was cultivated from the fields. And they were very proud to say, nog nie kunsmis gebruik nie. No fertilizers were used on these lands, but they didn't realize we were starting to mine the soils, taking out the nutrients from the soils. Okay, while we're at that, the fertilizer industry, back to them again. 1953, Omnia, also represented here, Sasol, people are here, they are around. Very important, 1959, if I'm correct, establishment of the Fertilizer Society of South Africa that became Fertilizer in 2014. And thank you for the sponsorship, Dr. Hallman. So, yeah, we have to make use of that. And you can go through all of this. And this is the progress that we went through. The fertilizer industry was extremely dynamic, and we've seen a lot of changes. Tillage practices started to play a role. Remember, the tractors became bigger, implements became larger. We started cultivating much deeper and much faster, and that also contributed to this. Planting techniques, a lot of research started on that by the departments of agriculture then, as well as some of the universities that started off by that time. And this is also the area where some of the herbicides started to become more prominent, and we've imported stuff like that. 2,4-D became more prominent, atrazine, the S-triazines, atrazine, simazine. And by this time, we've used all these chemical herbicides, and we did not realize that in 20 or 30 years, we're going to have weed resistance. But this was part of the development that we had to go through. And we used these chemical products, including the insecticides, and we did not consider the effect of the environment later on. And we've become much, much more environmental conscious nowadays. Right, and then we've got the 1, 2, 3, the third incremental increase that we went through up to 2.6 tons. And once again, now we see a dwindling in the numbers of tractors. Remember, 165,000, now we're down to 151. But the tractor pulling power increased by 50% from around about 50 kilowatts to 74 kilowatts. So tractors started becoming bigger. Less equipment, larger equipment. This is what I call the golden era in South Africa from 1970 to 1990. Equipment became bigger and bigger. And I'll get to this in the next slide. Equipment were built for purpose. A lot of farmers started to build equipment on their farms. And the reason for that is the tillage practices that they started to incorporate, and when I get to the tillage practices, I'll show you why. Just touch on breeding or the hybrids. By 1979, 98% of the maize cultivars were hybrids. So the OPVs were starting to go. This is mainly from commercial maize production. Let's quick over. I'm not going to put too much emphasis on the fertilization now, but the research excelled, and by 1974, the first ammonia was applied to the soil in the Viljoenskroon area. Stuff that we still use today, and there's still a lot of controversy regarding that as well. Right, but tillage practices, and you have to remember, if you recall, we had that 5.6 million hectares by 1918, then we had that severe drought. And that severe drought was the trigger for the change in the cultivation in South Africa. That was the initial change towards conventional to conservation tillage, because farmers now realized the drought made a huge difference. 10 million tons of maize down to 4 million tons of maize. So we had to take something into account here. And this is where the then government started actually to change the whole system, because they promoted farmers and assisted farmers in the change from cultivating more to cultivating less, but cultivating better. So marginal soils were withdrawn from the system, and we just focused on the higher potential soils by this time. And then, especially in the Western Free State and parts of Northwest Province, the tillage systems actually changed to reduced tillage systems. We worked with controlled traffic. In those days, without any GPSs, we had made use of markers and stuff like that. And we also made use of stubble mulching and the cropping rotation systems at the states. And crop rotations also started. So we were focused on working with water, conserving water in South Africa. This is what we farm with. We don't farm with maize and crops, we farm with water at the end of the day. It's a water-scarce country, so we need to look after this at the end of the day, so it's extremely important. All right, planting techniques, I'm not gonna go into too much detail here, but we had a wide range of planting widths in the maize from the old 3 foot, as we call it, 0.915 up to 2.26 meters, or the 7-foot 6 rows, and we had combinations of what we call the tram lines, the 0.915s combined with the wider rows. And the reason for that is mechanical weeding was the game in those days. And maybe I should just add it before I forget. By 1917, the cost of diesel was 8 cents a liter. Just to give you an idea. 10 years later, that 8 cents became 47 cents. Another 10 years later, by 97, it was something like 94 cents a liter. And where are we now? 22, 23 rands a liter. Okay, but just remember, by 1981, I think the dollar was $1.35 against the rand. I'm not going to go where we are now today, just the inverse, times 20. Okay, so as I've said, a lot of changes. As a result of this tillage practices, the sandy areas, the western parts of the country, especially the Northwest Free State as well, the Western Free State and the Northwest Province now, some of the farmers on the sandy soils moved to a system where they plant 1.5 meter rows. And everything was adjusted to that, and that was based on controlled traffic systems that they've introduced. Professor Alan Benny also did a lot of work on that in the early 80s. And something else that's important, by now, more and more herbicides were introduced into the system. We had a bigger choice of what we can do with the herbicides. We had more selectivity that we could work with. We had now systemic contact herbicides, a bigger choice of pre-plant, pre-emergence and post-emergence. Insecticides, the industry continued to grow. Irrigation became more and more important. Before this period, it was mainly flood irrigation and sprinklers, if I'm correct. But the first pivot, if I'm correct, was erected in 1970 in the Vereniging area, if I'm correct. Right, and that started a whole new industry as well. By 1971, also one of our sponsors here, the WRC was established. So you can see a lot of things happened in this area, and they mainly focused on water use. The ARC Grain Crops Institute was established in 1981. And then I have to get to our society, 1971 again, SASCP. I'm not going to say how old I am, but I was also established in that year, unfortunately, maybe. Okay, so then we have the next incremental increase. And this is step 4, always known to be the rapid change in technology. This is this era where we started with the GPSs, farming variable application of fertilizers, varying applications of plant stand and the gathering. It's the beginning of the gathering of big data during this period. And this is the era from 1991 to 2003, which I call the new technology era. Tractors, now 75,000. It's nearly 100,000 tractors less than we had 20 years ago. 100,000 jobs as a result of improvement in technology. So just a simple example that we have to look at here. 95 kilowatts on average, tractors becoming bigger now. By 1997, if I'm correct, the first GIS, or then the yield map started in the Swell Dam. I think the research was done on canola. So they've also done something down in the Cape. Okay. The next year, by 1998, they started with the trials on the yield maps and stuff in the Bethlehem and the Rates area, first on wheat, and it was mainly done under irrigation. And in this area, it's the end of my school area, when I started studying, the old mobile plows that we knew started to move away, especially in the eastern Highveld, the eastern Free State, Mpumalanga, and those areas, and they moved over to the chisel plows. So it's a way of better crop tillage practice that we have here. Very few farmers started with strip till, and this was the beginning of the era of the no-tills as well, and the seeders started to improve, and we're continuing with that up to now. With regard to breeding, this is a whole new era, and that's where we got that spike of a 1.6 tons increase in yields. The early maturing cultivar started to come into play, and I think the major progress that we have here was we opened to the new, bigger global economy, and the bigger companies started to play a role as well. And we had the introduction in 1998 of BT, and 2004 the Roundup Ready cultivars that played a major role. Okay. So by 1994, we had the change in the fertilizer recommendations. A huge effort was put on phosphorus. Remember, the yields increased, so we had to change the recommendations that we had by that time. And the late Dr. Jan van Biljon, I think, did a lot of work on that, on the phosphorus. Tillage practices, we'll always see the conventional tillage practices up to today. It's not going to change. We hope it's going to change, but we know how farmers are. Some farmers, bigger the faster the better. I've seen it even in the US. They've moved away, and they are now slightly moving back to conventional tillage practices as a result of what's happening in the climate. Conservation tillage become a little bit more pronounced now. We've moved more and more towards reduced tillage. A little bit more farmers are into no-till, and we've looked much better at crop rotation practices, but we're still not where we want to be in theory. Planting techniques, we've seen as a result of the shorter grain cultivars, the plants becoming slightly smaller. The ears on the plants also becoming smaller. They've planted more and more plants, so there was an increase in the density of the plants that they've planted. And we've seen in the eastern Highveld that they've moved, not a lot of farmers have moved towards a 0.76, 2.5 feet row spacing. The problem is some of the crops are still on the 0.915. So you either have to decide, are you going to adapt to the narrow rows or the wider rows at the end of the day. But okay, a lot of farmers are now still moving back towards the 0.915 I've seen as of late. Plant densities has increased, and one of the reasons for that was there was a tendency to move away from prolific cultivars towards non-prolific, and nowadays they are moving slightly back again to the more prolific cultivars. Right, herbicides, we had the introduction of newer herbicides, luckily, because we had a lot of resistance against, wheat resistance against stuff like the atrazines and the simazines and some of these herbicides. And then we started off with Roundup. The first registration was 360 grams active ingredient. And I've got the reason why I've added this up here. All right, remember Roundup really started slightly later than that. We still had an increase in the insecticide. I'm not going to go into too much detail there. And the irrigation, the research continued on water quality, availability, salinity, and stuff like that. So I'm just touching on these, and I just want to include this, and maybe for the, let's just quickly run on this. This is data from America in a 50-year period. No glyphosate. Glyphosate was first registered by 1975, and over a 35-year period, you can see the effect of what glyphosate did there. And then we had the GM crops that came into play. So by now, I think it's going to be around about 70–75% of the herbicide is going to take over the market in that area. And then we had the last stepwise increase that we had in a 12-year period, an increase of about 138 kilograms of maize per hectare. And this is what I call the escalating and existing knowledge and more technology becoming available. And now we've seen an increase of tractors, and we've got these big tractors. By the mid-90s, we already had a few big tractors in Africa. We called them the eco tractors, and they were developed in the Webstad area, I think up to 600 kilowatts, extremely large tractors that we had then. But now we've got the new technology stuff, and the average pulling power is around about 110 kilowatts. Equipment have changed tremendously. We've got these precision planters that we have, and we've got the monitors and all of that. So the technology has just increased tremendously. And what's very exciting for me is the differentiated herbicide applications we have with the now new equipment, where the imagery actually identifies the weed that is there, and then it sprays, just do spot spraying. So we now, with the amount of herbicides that we do apply, can be reduced, and that's much more environmentally friendly. Nampa was always there, and I think it will always be there in future. It's like South Africans without biltong. If you don't have Nampa, we don't have something in agriculture. It will always be there. I'm not going to go into that. The breeding program have continued, and we've seen a shift more towards shorter growing cultivars, and this was, I think, extremely important for the irrigation areas, which the shorter the growing period of the cultivars that we have, the easier it is to plant 2 crops within 1 year into the system. So that gives a little bit more time for the tillage practice that needs to be done. Well, it has its advantages, and the heat units that was required by the cultivars has changed also. For the medium-long cultivars, I think it was 1,400 heat units. It's now down to about 1,360 heat units, maybe some of them even less, depends on where we are and how it's been accumulated. And the days to flowering is also being reduced, maybe from a 74 to a 62. So that's quite a number of days. It's more than a week or so. I've just added the morphology, and why is it important that we look at the morphology of the crop? Remember the older, longer cultivars that we had, the 74 days to flowering. Those cultivars had 20 to 24 leaves, and we have actually, if you look at the plant's development, 2 leaves per week. Every 3 to 4 days, one of the leaves fully expand and unfold. So we've had a reduction in the growth period, and especially the vegetative growth, and also later on the drying, and I can go on for a whole day on that. But that is also a little bit of a risk to us. If the older people here remember the old long-growing cultivars that we had, those things had stems as thick as maybe this mic. And the newer cultivars, we don't usually see these thick stems in here. So the resilience of these cultivars isn't what it was in the past to a certain degree. If you've got a hailstorm, a hail event, and you've got damage on the stems with the old cultivars, it bruised it. Yes, it was a place for secondary infection, but it still had to continue the flow of sap in those stems. With the latest cultivars, especially the thin stems, if you have hail on that, it's a complete damage of the stem and it snaps and it falls. So there's also risk involved in that. Fertilizer industry, we had the revision of the fertilizer guidelines by 2007, and once again in 2000, major revisions in 2016 again. And I don't even want to go into the banning of some of the products, and that's a hot topic, and I'm not going to touch into that. But that's as a result of the change in the environment and the change of the sociology of the people and how they are being influenced by the media and technology and so on. So I'm not going to go too much into that. Tillage practices, we're still going to have these conventional tillage, and I can vouch for this. I'm unfortunately one of them again. Sorry, Hendrik, but it depends on what crop you work with. If you work with potatoes and you work with groundnuts, you're going to plow the soil with a mobile plow, most probably, right? Except if you're going into a complete no-till system, but I want to see that for potatoes. All right, so we still have strip-till, no-till, and now the new game changer one again, regenerative farming. And thank you, Hendrik, for promoting these systems as well. Each of these systems has their place. Some of them to the detriment of the environment, and some of them to a lesser detriment. And I say if you want to be sustainable, we should not be farming. Sustainability is just per definition as we have it. Right. Planting techniques, we still continue with research on that. I'm just going to show you a slide of the following, and I've showed it in the past, and I'm most probably going to show it in the future. Here we've evaluated 6 different cultivars, three white maize, 3 yellow maize, and this is data for 3 years. I now have data for 6 years. The question is, why do we continue with planting dates? We have the data, we know what's going on. It's still important. It's all about risk avoidance at the end of the day. And this is for the Bloemfontein area. And we've planted, this is the month intervals, mid-November, December. Our optimum planting date is around about mid-December. Then we had yields of about 4.7 tons. And you can see, if you go beyond that, you go into mid-January, it drops about, nearly 50%, the yield. So that's risk. And we've seen it this year again. Our rain is coming later and later. And we had rain early somewhere in October, a little bit in November. Some of the farmers planted early, and their maize doesn't look that good, but it's growing. But then we didn't receive any rain until the 4th of January this year. So what should the farmer do? The bank manager is standing there, he wants something on the field, he wants some revenue. What is the farmer going to do? The farmer knows it's too late to plant. Up until last week, we had farmers planting still maize. But that's the risk you have to take. I told the one farmer, I'm not going to plant for you. He said, why not? I said, the risk is too high. He said, yeah, but if I take the price into consideration, if I received with 5 tons, 3,000 rands a ton, I get a certain amount. But I only have 2.5 tons and I get 6,000 rands a ton. Well, I'm exactly the same spot. But it unfortunately doesn't work. You have to remember the eastern side got a lot of rain, so most probably the price is not going to go down. All right, so we still continue with that. Remember what I said about Roundup, the first Roundup that we registered? 360 grams active ingredient. Our max now, 540. So what changed over the past 15 years? Why did it increase? Weeds don't die, so we have to up the dosage. The same with the antibiotics we use. If it doesn't work anymore, we just make it a little bit stronger. Okay, and this is actually an indication of resistance, so we have to work with this. We're going to see this, more and more the banning of products. And then we've got other incidences like the fall armyworm that we had in 2017, and Dupe have shown me another disease, I can't even remember the name, that was gazetted as late as I think early January this year as well, or last year, I can't remember. Irrigation, we still have irrigation. There's always going to be competition between farmers and a community. We work with water. Right, so and farming enterprises and agriculture is using more and more water. We want to use more water, so we need to become more and more effective. But now we've got another game changer. Municipalities isn't doing what they should do. Let's be quite frank. So we're polluting the water, so the quality of water is going down, so we have to do that. And then we had talks yesterday on biostimulants. Sometimes this is very, very sensitive, but it also has its place. And we have to work with it, and we are very lucky that a lot of people are doing very good work on biostimulants. It's not going to replace fertilizers, so don't worry. But it has its place, and it has a major important role to play in the agricultural sector. And then precision farming continue to be important. We have had these renewed systems that we have to look at. And then another one, AI. And why is AI so important for us? Because you can use it actually at the end of the day to our benefit. These large computers can do the calculations on what we did in the past, what we call hope. We can do much faster with them. I'm not going to go into that. I'm not the expert on that. Having said all of this, I'm sorry for being so fast. I'm running out of time, and I'm most probably going to skip a few slides. If we don't have rain, don't bother. You could have all the technology, all the science behind us. We need water to produce our crop. Now the question is, did we meet the challenge? Let's simplify this. Look at population growth. By 1950, we were approximately 50 million people in South Africa. The maize yield by then was 2.8 million tons. Now, we quadrupled to around about 60 million people. The maize yield has increased by luckily, the economy has changed and people are also looking at other ways of sustenance at the end of the day. I would have liked to go through this, but I'm running out of time. But there was changes in the sorghum. I just wanted to look at 4 other crops, so maybe I can do it within a minute. The sorghum industry has actually collapsed. Simple as that. And there's various reasons for that. One of the reasons is that soybeans have become much, much more prominent and has taken over the place where the sorghum has been produced. Much easier market, less inputs for the crop, and that's why we've moved over to that specific crop. Another one is sunflower, the steadfast one. It continues for the past 20 years, around about 600,000 hectares, 800,000 tons, average yield of 1.4 tons per hectare. I'm not going to go into too much detail here. And then soybeans, the new crop. Right, this one has changed tremendously over time. The yield season is where we would like it to be. The world record's 11.5 tons. Our record yields around about 5 tons. And there's various reasons for that. We can have a whole talk on this as well. But this is the crop, I won't say for the future, but it has changed the whole game in the summer rainfall region. And then the unfortunate crop. In the past, we've seen a lot of presentations at this Congress on wheat, and I've seen them going down and down. Luckily, the Western Cape is here, and they keep it going. But in the summer rainfall region, we've had up to 300 and more thousand hectares of wheat being produced. We're now down to between 30 and 40,000 hectares of wheat. And the main reason for that is most probably climate change. The price isn't where it should be, and the risk is just too high. It's either frost in September or October, or we've got sprouting in December on the wheat. So the farmers have moved away from this. And the other thing is, in the past, the farmers, especially in the Eastern Free State and some parts of the Western Free State, have planted maize, 11-month fallow period, then wheat in 11 months. So you had 2 crops in 3 years. That's not economically viable nowadays for us. So we have to have a crop every year. And this is where soybeans started to play a role. We plant maize in the summer. Next year we've got soybeans, completely different kind of crop, and the crop rotation system is far better, inputs is less, and risk is also lower. All right, so the question is, will we meet the challenge? What is the single greatest challenge? And I'll finish up in a minute, Shanae. All right, and that's mine one to say, I have to finish. Climate. Linus, luckily you are here, so hopefully you'll give us the answers in 5 years' time on this. Right, climate change is very important, and this is just to give them some information on this. A 1.5 degree increase compared to the norm of our temperatures from 1960 to 2010. That's a 50-year average, so we've got an increase of about 1.5 already, we've seen that. Something else, the impact of El Nino. And we can see the negative impact here on the eastern side of the SADC region. Be very careful, we're in for it. And there's another one, the rainfall accumulation as percentage of the normal of February. Once again, there's the 100%, we're down in the brown. And my biggest concern is the Eastern Cape area. So, and this is something quite interesting for us, the root zone soil moisture percentile that we look at. And once again, the Eastern Cape, Central Free State, and up to here in the Limpopo areas. And that's also concerning and alarming to us. To conclude, over 110 years, we've succeeded, I think, to a certain degree. The only predictable is change. It's always going to be there. One of my concerns is higher education and the private sector. We need to come closer together. And we have to realize that our students have changed over the past 30 years. In the past, our students came mainly from agricultural backgrounds, 95% of the students. Nowadays, 95 or more % of our students come from rural areas, cities, and other places. So they don't have that real DNA of agriculture in them. So we need to look at that. We cannot become complacent. We have to continue with research, and that's why I'm so glad that we have events like this like this Congress, that we can come together, talk together, work together, think together, and make a difference at the end of the day. So, research for the future, quite simple. We are required to keep focusing on protecting our natural resources, enhance biological productivity, reduce or avoid risk. We need to continue with becoming economically viable, and it's going to become more and more difficult, and economy of scale is going to play a bigger and bigger role here. And we're always going to be socially accountable at the end of the day. So, to conclude, the challenge is yours to meet, and I thank you.
May we give our speaker a big round of applause again. Okay, so at this stage, we'd like to take a few questions. Prof? No questions? I mean, he has given us a very big history, then he doesn't want to take questions. Any questions? We've been given a very long history here. I'm sure there are some questions that we'd want to ask. Anyone? So, Prof, have we met the challenge?
I'm trying.
Have we met the challenge?
I think we've met the challenge up to now, but it's continued to be a challenge.
What is the challenge?
The challenge, can I be quite frank, there's too many people. There's too many people. And I've said it in the beginning, the greater the population growth is, the greater the demand is. And the greater the demand is, the more we're going to make use of our natural resources. And at the end of the day, the farmers are to be blamed if there's not enough food. Simple as that. But to create this food and to produce it, we're most probably going to have a negative impact on the environment. So, yeah, who's to blame? Farmers? I don't think so. But the other thing is, as I've said in the final concluding remarks, climate change, climate variability, I think that's our biggest change. And we've seen it, especially in the southern parts and the more marginal areas of the country. It's going to become a bigger and bigger problem for the farmers to keep on farming.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we take him off the stage? So our next speaker is Jabulani Ntuli, who will be talking to us on potato yield response to integrated nutrient management under high temperatures and marginal soils. As he walks into the stage, can we just give him a round of applause, please? Good. Cow. Ready? Just test and make sure you want to use this. All right. Can you put the... So you're taller than me. All right, Jabulani, all the best. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jabulani Ntuli, and today I'll be presenting to you a study that I've conducted with Dr. Hatebe from University of Limpopo and Prof. Ngobese from Northwest University. We conducted the study on potato yield responses to integrated nutrient management under high temperatures and marginal soils. Currently, agricultural cropping systems are heavily reliant on inorganic fertilizer to maintain the crop nutrient requirements. And granted that, yes, these chemicals, they can or they are enhancing crop production. However, a long-term excessive use of these chemicals is often associated with the reduction of soil health or soil fertility. And we did a little bit of, we look at literature where in sub-Saharan Africa, the use of inorganic fertilizers have been increasing over time, as indicated in the first graph there. However, looking at the second graph there, potato yields have stagnated, and in some part of sub-Saharan Africa, the yields have remained low, ranging between 10 to 15 tons per hectare, which is significantly far below the attainable yield of about 25 to 35 tons per hectare. And poor soil fertility plays a major contributing role in this yield gap. And also, the production in sub-Saharan Africa often occurs in marginal soils where there's high prevalence of high temperatures and coarse texture soils. Now, these conditions exacerbate issues of nutrient losses that occur through leaching and also volatilization. Now, we looked at integrated nutrient management that incorporates reduction in inorganic fertilizer application, soil cover, and strategic cultivar selection as a potential solution to mitigate these issues that comes with poor soil fertility. Now, our aim was to identify a package of practices that is centered on judicious inorganic fertilizer application, strategic cultivar selection, and soil cover that can achieve acceptable potato yields while promoting soil fertility. Well, then the objective was to determine the integration effect of various fertilizer application rates, grass mulch application, and cultivar selection on potato yields that were cultivated under deficit irrigation. Field experiments were conducted at the University of Limpopo Experimental Farm over 2 summer potato growing seasons. The field experiments were laid out as a split plot arrangement using RCPT and replicated 3 times. Then our integrated nutrient management practices included 3 fertilizer application rates, which served as the main blocking factor. Then we also had 2 soil cover levels, which served as the sub-blocking factor. Then under each sub-blocking factor, we had 4 potato cultivars that served as the third factor. The projected table indicates the fertilizer application rates, where we had 0% fertilizer application, which was our control plots where we did not apply any fertilizers. Then we had 50% of the recommended fertilizer application, and we also had full or 100% of the recommended fertilizer application, which were based on soil nutritional analysis. Then the soil cover levels included grass mulch and no mulch, where under grass mulch, the grass mulch represented fields where the soil surface was fully covered with the grass. And then under no mulch, it represented scenarios where the soil is not covered. Then our 4 potato cultivars that were selected were Mondial, Sababa, Panamera, and Tyson. These cultivars differ in terms of time to maturity and other differences such as yield potential, canopy characteristics, and also agroecological adaptability. But then for this study, we were more focused on the time to maturity to see if ever the differences in time to maturity maybe can lead to an advantage in terms of the nutrient uptake. Then we also collected a number of data, including biomass accumulation, phenological development, and also soil moisture content, But then for this presentation, I'll only be focusing on yield. Now, integrated nutrient management that incorporated fertilizer application rate, mulch application, and also the selection of cultivars indicated to have a significant impact on potato yield during the first growing season, whereby combining reduced fertilizer application together with mulching and suburban indicated to have high yields of about 49 tons per hectare. But then I want us to focus on the rate cycle over there, which indicates where we observed high yields of about 42 tons per hectare on a late maturing cultivar. When we integrated the late maturing cultivar, which is Panamera, we integrated with reduced fertilizer application. Now, these yields were similar or comparable to yield that we obtain under a full fertilizer application with or without mulch. Now, this actually indicates that it is actually possible to reduce the use of inorganic fertilizer without compromising yield. And also, this, to some extent, this actually proves that agricultural systems that are maintained in soil nutrient saturated state often do not reflect the expected yield. And this can be explained by the fact that a potato crop, or like any other crop, the potato crop has critical ranges or levels of nutrients where within this range, the plant can uptake adequate nutrients for vigorous growth, for tuber development, for high yield. However, beyond this range, the phenomenon called the plateau effect occurs, whereby any additional nutrient on this plant will not have significant impact on the yield. Now, there are scenarios whereby it is quite impossible to integrate three practices, or maybe you'll find out that there's no significant differences. Then we shifted the focus to only integrating two practices. So the combination of fertilizer application and different cultivars indicated that there is a significant difference induced by this treatment combination on tuber yield, whereby combining the late maturing cultivar, which is Panamera, with full application of fertilizers indicated to have high yield in the first season, whereas in the second season, we produced high yield when we combine reduced fertilizer application with cultivar Sababa and Mondial. Now, late maturing cultivars such as Panamera, they have an added advantage of a prolonged duration of nutrient uptake, which makes sense why this cultivar showed very significantly high yield. On the other side, we have cultivars such as Tyson, which matured very early and also produced very low tuber yield, almost on all treatment combination. Now, shifting the focus to integrating a mulch application and fertilizer application, we observed that application of mulch tended to induce a significant difference where it increased tuber yield under reduced fertilizer application. And this also highlights the importance of mulching in conserving soil moisture and nutrients through moderating soil temperatures, thus, and then reducing nutrient losses that occur through volatilization. Then the take-home message here is that it is actually possible to reduce inorganic fertilizer use without compromising yield. And we observe this when we produce high or comparable yield under reduced fertilizer application, particularly when now we use cultivar Panamera and mulch condition. Therefore, the combination of a reduced fertilizer application, mulch, and also a late maturing cultivar serves as a suitable integrated nutrient management package of practices that can achieve acceptable yield while promoting soil fertility. I would like to acknowledge these institutions that supported the study, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jabulani. We can just get a few questions. Yes? Can we have the mic, please? Can we have the mic?
Okay, well, thanks for your presentation. I've got a comment and a question. My comment is with regard to the introduction. And you show the average yields of potato in sub-Saharan Africa of 10 to 15 tons. And then you link that to excessive fertilizer use. And I think that that's actually a wrong message, because if you look to sub-Saharan Africa, outside South Africa, I mean, fertilizer used is extremely low, and it's one of the main causes why these yields are so low, is because of low use of fertilizer. I mean, if you look to potato growers in South Africa, of course, it's a very different story. They use substantial amounts of fertilizer, but then the yields are around 50 tons per hectare on average. And I mean, the good farmers get 70, 80, up to close to 100 tons per hectare. So these are two totally different things that you're mixing up. Okay. But that's a comment. Now, a bit of a question. I mean, you know, if farmers in South Africa would really apply twice the amount of fertilizer than they actually need to do. I mean, either these farmers and their agriculture advisors, for instance, from Omnia, yeah, they are giving totally the wrong advice, or that message should be a bit more nuanced. I mean, for instance, you didn't give soil properties of your soil. I mean, does your soil perhaps have a very high inherent ability to provide nutrients? Because I mean, it would be a bit weird that the whole industry is giving totally the wrong fertilizer rates. Yeah, they'd be throwing away lots of money, but I mean, farmers are not so stupid, are they?
Okay,
do you want to comment on the question or the comment first?
I'll start with the comment first.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, now thank you very much for the comment and the question. You're actually right. When we look on the South African context, we do actually have high yield. I think the attainable yield is about 45 to 50 tons per hectare of potato yields, where even with the fertilizer use, it's also quite high in South Africa. But then when I looked at the sub-Saharan Africa, there have been initiatives where the government actually subsidize or maybe makes the fertilizers to be more accessible to farmers, maybe with the aim of helping the small-scale farmers to kind of improve in terms of their yield. Maybe there can be some sort of increase in fertilizer use in that context. Then I think I forgot your questions.
Okay, well, that was a comment. I mean, I think we agree that fertilizer use in sub-Saharan Africa, outside South Africa, is not excessive. I mean, it's a major cause for the low yields that farmers are getting, besides pests and diseases. Okay. Now, my question was actually about the fact that you say that farmers can actually farmers in South Africa can halve their fertilizer application rates and getting the same yield. And I said, no, I asked, shouldn't that message be more nuanced? Because, I mean, it would be very unlikely that all the farmers are way over applying the amount of fertilizer that they need for their yields. Because then either the farmers and those farmers that, the advisors of those farmers from the fertilizer industry are totally wrong. That would be very weird. So can you maybe nuance that message? For instance, did you look at the soil properties of your experimental site?
Okay, so prior to conducting our experiments, first season we conducted soil nutrient analysis where we collected across the experimental field. Then we send our samples for analysis, and then those nutrient analysis results, they come back with recommendation, the one that we use for application. And also, even on the second season trial, prior to conducting the trial, we also conducted soil nutrient analysis and did the same procedure.
All right, can I take one more question?
Thank you. Were these trials on irrigation or dryland?
Pardon?
Irrigated or dryland?
It's irrigated. So we had we had access tubes across the experimental field where we used a soil moisture probe with the PR26 to measure weekly soil moisture content and the differences, and that allows us to irrigate. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Can I ask you to move 2 slides back? I just want to ask a question about the graph.
Where?
Or make a comment. One more? Yeah. No, too far now. Forward, forward. One more? Yeah, stop.
Okay.
Okay, you make the conclusion that you can half, if you look at the graph on the top left-hand side,
Yes.
there are actually no yield differences between any of those cultivars, statistically. Do you agree?
But then?
There are no differences in the yields for any of those cultivars if you look at the fertilizer levels.
When you integrate.
If I look at Mondial, they all have an A, so it means there are no differences. If I look at Panamera, it's AB, AB, B. They all have a B. So in essence, you say you can grow any of those without any fertilizer. It doesn't make a difference. That put a big question mark over your results.
Okay, yes, I do see that. I do see that. With me, yes, I did notice that, especially with the first season, where when we did soil nutrient analysis, the first results that we got were quite high, especially for nitrogen. I don't know how that, what can be the causes for that. However, with this one, I didn't look at the variation in terms of the fertilizers for one cultivar.
All right, I think Jablani has got a dated tea time. I think we can chat a little bit more about that. Can we give him a big round of applause, please? All right, I think we're still on to potatoes, so the interest actually continues. So may we have our next speaker, Dietrich, who's going to be looking at comparison of organic and inorganic fertilizer sources for optimal potato production. How are you? Yes, are you calm? Yeah. Are you ready? Yeah. All the best. So you can just identify your... You must find it is going on here. The mouse is not moving. Our IT people, can we have some assistance here, please? calm, take your time. Are you a student? I'm a master student. Just so you feel calm, okay? You know that more than anyone in the room. Don't be nervous. Yeah? So, yes. The slides are not moving. Can we shift to the next presentation?
Is it this one?
No, this one. This one. Yes. Right, all the best.
Hello everyone, my name is Dietrich Kuschke and welcome to my presentation on my master's project, which is titled A Comparison Between Organic and Inorganic Fertilizer Sources for Optimal Potato Production. I would like to start this introduction with a brief background on potatoes and then the three main fertilizer groups that was used in the study. So if we look at potato, we do know that potato is regarded as a stable crop globally, and we also know that due to its shallow and underdeveloped root system, that it is often regarded as a heavy feeder of nutrients. Therefore, if farmers want to maintain and achieve high yields, intensive fertilizer application is often required. So our first group of fertilizers I would like to discuss quickly is inorganic fertilizers, and that is fertilizers that we know are produced through industrial chemical processes. We also know that inorganic fertilizers are often characterized by having a high nutrient content. However, the continuous and intensive use of inorganic fertilizers often lead to the degradation of our agricultural soils. And if misuse, it also can be easily a major non-point source of pollution that can negatively affect our groundwater and our river systems, for example. Our next set of fertilizers is inorganic fertilizers, and that is defined as fertilizers that are being produced from biodegradable organic materials. It is often considered a more sustainable and environmentally friendly alternative to inorganic fertilizers. However, it's also characterized by having a lower nutrient content as well as a slower release rate of nutrients compared to inorganic fertilizers, which often results in lower yields compared to inorganic fertilizer. Our last set of fertilizers I would like to quickly discuss is semi-organic fertilizers, and as the name suggests, it is the combination of inorganic and organic nutrient sources. So the main idea behind semi-organic fertilizers is that the initial set of nutrients are supplied by the organic source to ensure there's no nutrient deficiencies early in the season, and then the rest of the nutrients are supplied by the organic fertilizer source, released at a slower rate, but consistently throughout the main growing season. So the overall goal of semi-organic fertilizers is to increase the organic inputs of our production systems while still maintaining nutrient and crop productivity. So the objectives of the study with that in mind is our first objective was to assess the agronomic performance of semi-organic fertilizers compared to our conventional inorganic fertilization that we use in agriculture. Our second objective is to see whether semi-organic fertilizers can maintain or even increase the yield of potatoes. And our last objective is to see whether semi-organic fertilizers can obtain a better nutrient use efficiency and tuber quality compared to inorganic fertilizers, so we can see if the performance are better than our standard fertilization practices. So if you can quickly, so how did we test these objectives? So two separate trials were conducted on the UP experimental farm back in Pretoria. Both trials were designed according to a randomized complete block design, and each trial consisted out of 7 different fertilizer treatments, and each treatment was replicated 3 times. The potato cultivar used in both trials was Mondale, and both trials are also produced under irrigated conditions. And the baseline fertilizer requirement for both trials was set at 240 kilograms per hectare of nitrogen, 110 kilograms a hectare of phosphorus, and then also 200 kilograms a hectare of potassium. I would like to explain the different fertilizer treatments as well, as it is important to understand the results. So our first treatment is our control treatment, which did not receive any fertilizer at all. And our next 2 treatments is our full inorganic and full organic fertilizers. So it's 100% inorganic fertilizers, 100% organic fertilizers. So our first two semi-organic fertilizer treatments are treatments where the organic the nutrient source was compost. The main difference between these two treatments is the fact that there was a difference in application rates of the compost. The first treatment, which is a low-dose compost, was fertilized according to in the equivalent of 19 tons a hectare. And then the next treatment was a higher dose, which was applied at the equivalent rate of 38 tons a hectare. And the compost soils used was spent mushroom substrate in those two treatments. Our last two semi-organic fertilizer treatments are semi-organic fertilizer treatments that were sourced from companies that produce these fertilizers and sell them at a commercial scale in South Africa. And all four of these semi-organic fertilizer treatments were mixed in an approximately 50-50 ratio, which means that half of the nutrients supplied by those fertilizers are from an inorganic fertilizer source, and the other half is then supplied by the organic nutrient sources. So we can quickly look at the parameters that were measured in the study. For this presentation, we looked at the canopy cover development over the main growing season. We also looked at the total yield at harvest, as well as we calculated the harvest index and nutrient use efficiency. In this case, I've looked at the agronomic use efficiency. And then we also looked at tuber quality. For the purposes of this presentation, only the specific gravity and the dry matter content. Okay, so let's get to the results, which is the exciting part of this presentation. Firstly, I would like to quickly speak about the canopy cover development. What I would like firstly to divert your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that we see that our conventional fertilizers, as well as two of our semi-organic fertilizer treatments SOC and SOM, had really similar trends in canopy development. They were also quite close to each other, and they had more optimal canopy development rates throughout the season. The next thing I would like to divert your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that we see two semi-organic fertilizer treatments, our compost inorganic treatments, also show similar trends, but poor canopy development throughout the season. And as we would expect, the control treatment, which did not have any fertilizer applications, had a really poor canopy development. And if we look at the results from the second trial, again, we do see similar results as we saw in the first trial with the four more conventional type treatments having high canopy cover development throughout the season. We also do see again that the two semi-organic fertilizer treatments fertilized with the compost also again show similar treatments, however, but poor canopy development throughout the season. And as we would expect, again, the control treatment had a really poor canopy development. Now let's quickly talk about the yield. What I would first like to divert your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that three different semi-organic fertilizer treatments obtained high yield compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatment. That's this treatment over here and this treatment here at the right, those two there. And even in the case of treatment, where is it? SOC, obtained a statistically significantly high yield compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatment. But however, it's not the case for all of our semi-organic fertilizer treatments, as some, like this treatment over here, actually obtaining lower yield compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatment. And again, as we would expect, the control treatment had a really low yield as a result as well. And if we can look at the yield in the second trial, the first thing I would like to divert your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that we did observe a little bit lower yield compared to the first trial. However, we do see similar trends in the yields between the different fertilizer treatments as we saw with the yield in the first trial. Again, we do see that these two semi-organic fertilizer treatments obtained a high yield compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatments. However, in this case, unfortunately, not statistically significantly higher. We also did see the main difference between the results from the first trial and the second trial is we see that two semi-organic fertilizer treatments fertilized with the compost had lower yields and in some cases statistically significantly lower yields compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatment. And as we would expect, again, the control had really significantly lower results compared to all of the fertilizer treatments or fertilizer treatments in both of the trials. Now, if we look at the harvest index results that we calculated in the first trial, what is really interesting to see is we didn't observe any significant differences compared to, or between the different fertilizer treatments, which just shows that fertilizer source did not have a significant effect on the harvest index. We did see a significantly lower harvest index for the control, which makes sense since no nutrients were applied to that treatment other than what was natively available in the soil. However, we did observe that, again, 3 semi-organic fertilizer treatments had marginally higher harvest index rates compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatment, but not notable enough, unfortunately. These results also correlate well to the yield results of the first trial we just saw now. And then if you look at the harvest index of the second trial, again, this picture looks a little bit different compared to the first trial. We do see a significant difference between the inorganic fertilizer source and especially our semi-organic fertilizer treatments treated with compost. But again, we do see similar results as in the first trial that these 2 treatments, semi-organic fertilizer treatments over here, had, again, marginally higher harvest index compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatment, however, not significantly higher. And as we would expect, again, our control treatment did significantly worst, or at the lowest harvest index yield. So that just shows that at the very least, 2 of the semi-organic fertilizer treatments consistently maintained high yields as well as harvest index throughout both trials of this study. I would quickly just like to talk about nutrient use efficiency. If I can quickly explain the table. In our first set of columns, we have our different fertilized treatments. In the second set of columns, we have our nutrient application rates. And in the third set of columns, we have our nutrient use efficiency parameter. In this case, for the purposes of this presentation, I've calculated the agronomic use efficiency, and that is defined as the crop yield increase per unit of nutrient that is supplied by the fertilizer. But what I would like to divert your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that 2 semi-organic fertilizer treatments obtained higher agronomic use efficiency values for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, as we can see here, especially compared to our inorganic fertilizer in the first trial. And if we look at the results of the second trial, again, we see similar trends as we've observed in the first trial. In the case that we again see the same 2 semi-organic fertilizer treatments obtaining higher agronomic use efficiency values, especially compared to our inorganic fertilizer treatments. So what this shows is that at the very least, these 2 semi-organic fertilizer treatments have been shown to be consistently more effective in making nutrients available and making sure it's available for plant uptake throughout the season, and to ensure that yields can be more optimally produced under this fertilization regimes. If we can look at the tuber quality characteristics quickly. As I said before, we've measured the specific gravity and the dry matter content of the potatoes, but what I would just like to show is that we didn't observe any significant differences between any of the 7 different treatments. In the first trial, in both the tuber quality parameters that was tested, which just shows that the fertilization source did not have a significant impact on the tuber quality of the potato. Again, we do see similar results as well. If you look at the quality characteristics in the second trial, again, we do see no significantly different values in both the specific gravity and the dry matter content as well. So both of these trials have shown us that the fertilizer source did not have a real effect on increasing or decreasing the tuber quality characteristics. It's also important to note that we did see an increase in overall specific gravity values and dry matter content values in the second trial compared to the first trial. So, in general conclusion, we've learned from this study that semi-organic fertilizers are able to increase crop productivity, especially in the case of total yield and nutrient use efficiency. However, it is really important to note that it is dependent on the specific fertilizer source that used, because as we saw in the results, not all 4 of the semi-organic fertilizer treatments did not consistently outperform the inorganic fertilizer treatment, in the various parameters that we've tested. And the third conclusion that we can make here is that semi-organic fertilization did not have a significant effect on the tuber quality of potatoes, as we just saw in the tables. And then our last conclusion is what we've learned from the study is that the spent mushroom substrate compost that was used in some of the semi-organic fertilizer treatments should not be a recommended nutrient source due to the inconsistencies that we've observed in the yields as well as the lower productivity. I would like to thank Prof. Martenstein, Lesego Velma, as well as the field trial section staff at the Innovation Africa campus that supported me in my research. Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions? Yes? Can we have the mic here, please?
Thanks. There was some really interesting work and well presented. I just have one question. Did you class the potatoes? Did you look at sort of small, medium, large, or did you only do total yield?
Yes, I did class potatoes. The data was unfortunately not shown in this presentation. And what I did observe is that with the fertilizer treatments that obtained high yields, they had a larger percentage of large potatoes and medium potatoes compared to small and baby potatoes. So that was the main driver for the increase in yield that we have observed consistently in both trials.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we just take care first? Here, please, and then we can come to you. Okay, because you have the mic, you can go ahead, and then we'll come to you.
Don't worry, I've got this now. So then quite interesting results. It mimics a lot of what we see in the field and so on. So the question I have for you is, have you guys looked at the mechanism as to why those fertilizers with some carbon components and so on, what the driver is behind why they yield higher nitrogen use efficiencies?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. Thank you very much, sir. Unfortunately, we did not scientifically look at, like you mentioned, the carbon content in the soil, and we also would have liked to analyze the microbial interactions in the soil for different fertilizer treatments. However, it was unfortunately not possible. However, what we do now know is that when you apply these organic amendments into the soil, it does tend to let loose a boom of microbial activity, and that helps with the mineralization of the organic components of the fertilizers, which makes the overall abundance of the nutrients that are available in the soil, it makes the concentration higher over time. And I think that is the main reason why it's more effective than our standard inorganic fertilizers, because the organic fraction also tends to hold on to the nutrients a little bit longer in the root zone. So it's also, for a longer period of time, more plant available. So when the plant needs the nutrients, it is there for the plant to be taken up. And I think that is the main reason why those semi-organic fertilizer treatments are more effective. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thanks. I have two questions. I'm going to ask my two questions and then you can answer. Number one is you showed that nice table with your NPKs. Did you also look at the other macros and micros, and were there any interesting differences? And number two, your recommendations. How would you adjust your recommendations if you have to go to, say, the Western Cape Sunveld area?
Okay. So, yes, very important question. We did not, for this study, look at the other macronutrients or micronutrients, although we do know it plays a significant role in the eventual yield that we do observe in potatoes as well. But due to the limited funding that this project has, we were unable to statistically analyze micronutrients as well. So unfortunately, we did not look at it, but I would really be interested to see what effects micronutrients would have under this same type of fertilizer treatments. So I think it would be a really good further research opportunity to take that into account and to see what the interaction is between the macros and the micros from different fertilizer sources. And to come to your second question, ma'am, how would we modify our requirements? I think it's very important to look at your soils. So you're going to need to take soil samples at where you want to plant and then modify your fertilizer requirement based on the soil chemical content of the soil, as well as physical factors like soil depth. Will it be under irrigation? Will it not? So you can easily modify your requirements based on the specific site that you're. But I would also think if you're planting in the Western Cape where there's more sandy type soils, I actually think it's not tested by myself yet, but I do think, in my opinion, that the organic, semi-organic fertilizers can work better because they would prevent a little bit of leaching of the nutrients. So, but yeah, don't take my word as a scientist. It's not been, I haven't tested yet, but I think that would work theoretically.
One last one, please, Satek.
Thanks very much. From what I've observed, your treatments, they don't differ. But then you conclude that the semi increases the productivity. For example, if you look at the quality, there's no differences. If you look at your yield, also there's no differences. The difference only comes from the fact that you have included control where you don't put anything, which in my view, I think is also not fair. So if you look at the standard error of the one that you are saying is working, is quite high, probably talking to the issue of some outliers. So from the conclusion, I feel like that conclusion is wrong. What is your take on that?
I'm not entirely sure I understand your question. Are you saying that the significant differences I see was due to the control treatment?
No, I'm saying your conclusion is not supported by the results.
In terms of?
In terms of the yield and the quality results. So there's no differences in my view. That's what I'm saying. What's your take?
It did show in my conclusion page that it did not have a significant effect on the tuber quality. I did mention it, sir. But we did see some significant differences in the yield, either higher or lower. So in that case, it is supported.
No, thanks very much. Just look at it, but there is no differences.
All right, thank you very much. May we give him a big round of applause? I'm just checking here, do we have faith? Do we have faith in the house? Okay, if faith is not in the house, is it faith? Why didn't you bring your glasses? If you're nervous, so keep calm. Keep calm, okay? Yes. Do you need some water? Are you okay? Can we grab a bottle of water for you? This one. Yeah? So our next speaker is Faith. She'll be looking at the effect of Macadamia husk compost on the growth and yield of jute mallow. All the best.
Good morning. As mentioned, my name is Faith Mahanyani, and today I'll be presenting under the title of Effect of Macadamia Husk Compost on Growth and Yield of Jute Mellow, grown under different water regimes. My MSc is supervised by Dr. Tobogi with the University of Venda, and Dr. Murobi with the ARC, and Prof. Ogola with the University of Venda. This is my outline, my presentation outline. The introduction, indigenous living vegetables provide dietary diversity and provide micronutrients and bioactive compounds in most African rural communities, with jute mellow being the common indigenous living vegetable in Limpopo province, where my study is based. And this vegetable is predominantly available in the summer season and offers beta-carotene, iron, zinc, and calcium, contributing to the nutritional needs of individuals in the communities. And the crop can grow in marginal environments. However, poor soil and water stress has been noted to be a constraint in its productivity. And furthermore, organic manure, which can be easily accessed by poor resourced farmers, and can improve the productivity of these indigenous living vegetables. However, there's still a shortage of knowledge on the effect of macadamia husk compost on jute mellow. Therefore, the objective of the study was to evaluate the effect of this macadamia husk compost on the growth and yield of jute mellow grown under different water regimes. My materials and method, the study was conducted in the 2023 to 2024 summer season in the ARC experimental farm in the Luvubu in Limpopo province. The study consisted of 4 fertilizer treatments, and which were the control, NPK, and 2 macadamia husk compost treatment, which were 30 tons per hectare and 60 tons per hectare, with irrigation treatments being 30% fill capacity, 60%, and 100% fill capacity. The experiment was laid out as a complete randomized design. The macadamia husk compost was incorporated with soil a week before planting, and therefore after the week, the jute mellow seedlings, which had 2 to 3 primary leaves, were planted into the plastic bags. The cultivar that was used was the common cultivar in the Limpopo province, which is commonly known as Gusha Fuma. The irrigation treatments were implemented 2 weeks after planting, and the soil moisture content was determined using a portable moisture reader with soil sensors. On data collection, data was collected during the vegetative state and flowering stages of the jute mellow plant. And the data collected was for plant height, stem diameter, number of branches, and chlorophyll content. And leaf and stem and biomass, root biomass, were determined at the end of the trial and oven dried at 70 degrees for 48 hours. With the nutrients that were determined were calcium, nitrogen, magnesium, potassium, and phosphorus, as well as zinc and iron. And this we determine using the nitric, perchloric digestion according to the referenced. The statistical analysis was done, the data was subjected to a two-way ANOVA using adjusted software, version 17, and the means were separated using the least significance at p-value less than or equals to 0.05. And my results and discussions, we'll first look at the effect of Macadamia husk compost on number of branches and chlorophyll content of the crop. If we look at my side, at my NPK showed a high significance at for chlorophyll content as well as the number of branches. However, as well as macadamia husk compost also showed significance in chlorophyll levels, chlorophyll content levels, and the number of branches were increased by the application of NPK as well, and with NPK increasing their chlorophyll content by 25% and increasing the number of branches by 68%. And the results were in agreement with earlier studies wherein the application of NPK increased the number of branches. And then my next slide, we're gonna, the irrigation treatments individually showed significance on the stem diameters on both vegetative and flowering stages, where the 30% fill capacity decreased the stem diameter by 13.5%, whereas 60% decreased it at 7.7%, with 30% decreasing the stem diameter at the flowering stages by 9.3%. Sorry. Moving forward, look at the growth parameters and chlorophyll content influenced by the irrigation levels individually. The 30% continue to decrease the plant height, stem diameter, and number of branches by 17%, 13.5%, and 38%, respectively, at the vegetative states. However, there was no significance in the vegetative, in the flowering stages. And 30% increased the leaf chlorophyll content. However, there was no difference between the full 100% and 60% fill capacity at the vegetative stages of the plant. And as mentioned, as shown in the table 2 previously, stem fresh weight at the end of the trial, it showed that 30% of fill capacity decreased the stem fresh weight by 11 to 31%, which was consistent with earlier findings that moderate irrigation produced comparable effects on plant growth parameters when compared to well-watered irrigation treatments. Sorry. I'll just quickly go through the nutrient concentration of, for the response of the crop to the treatment that the crop was subjected to. Only on the nutrients that were determined, only zinc, manganese, and potassium were significant. And moderate irrigation, combination of moderate irrigation with 30 tons per hectare of macadamia husk increased the concentration of potassium and zinc by 96% and 63% respectively. And then 30% with control increased concentration of manganese in jute mallow leaves by 66%, and 100% of NPK decreased the concentration of manganese by 78%, which agrees with observations that deficit irrigation can trigger the plant's response to adjust to physiological and biochemical processes such as nutrient uptake and redistribution of nutrients. This is a graph showing the responses of manganese concentration to the applied treatments. And only on the nutrient concentration of manganese, zinc, and potassium did the combination of the treatments of both fertilizers and irrigation showed significance. And on this one, I can see that 30 tons per hectare of macadamia husk with 60% at field capacity increased the nutrient concentration of manganese, and with 30 tons per hectare of macadamia husk, with 30% being the lowest concentration in manganese. Moving forward, as previously stated, 30 tons per hectare of macadamia husk showed highest levels in nutrient concentration as well in potassium, followed by an 60% tons of macadamia husk at 100% field capacity, also increased the nutrient content of potassium, with the least one being the macadamia husk compost at 30 tons per hectare with 30% irrigation. And as stated before, the 30 tons per hectare, it's in the lead. It increases at 30 tons per hectare with 60% field capacity increased. The nutrient concentration of zinc, and the 30 tons per hectare with 30% field capacity decreased the nutrient concentration of zinc. And in conclusion, the preliminary results indicated that fertilizer treatments and application rates of macadamia husk had a notable effect on the plant growth and chlorophyll content in jute mallow plant, with NPK having highest levels of chlorophyll content. And moreover, the combination of the treatments, both fertilizer and irrigation, showed notable effects on the nutrient concentration, with moderate irrigation and 30 tons per hectare of macadamia husk showing highest levels. And further research is needed to assess the long-term effects of these treatments on nutrient uptake and yield under varying environment conditions. I would like to thank the Agricultural Research Council for the support during this trial, and your University of Venda for capacity building, and Water Research Council for funding the study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faith. Can we take a few questions? Can we have the mic here, please? You can drink it.
Thank you for that talk. Tell me, it's a question in two parts. First part is, did you do nutrient analysis of your compost, your house compost?
Yes. Yes. Yes, we did initial analysis of the.
But you didn't show that, am I right?
Yes, I.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, because that probably relates to your nutrient analysis of your plants.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you?
The nutrients in your husks might explain some of your results, and that macadamias are hyperaccumulators of manganese, which probably explains those high manganese levels in your plants. And they, I'm thinking back quite a few years, but as far as I remember, they also accumulate substantial quantities of potassium. So that's why I would have liked to seen a direct comparison of what was in your compost relative to what you measured in your plants.
Unfortunately, I didn't put it on my slides. However, it showed notable nutrients. The matured macadamia has compost.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for the question.
Do we have another question? All right, can we give her a big round of applause? All right, can we welcome our next presenter, Asanda. She'll be looking at the effect of nutrient concentration and replenishment on lettuce growth yield and quality in a non-circulating hydroponic system. So be calm and all the best, okay?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good morning, goeiemorgen and Tobela, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Asanda Machana, and today I'll be presenting my master's research on the effects of nutrient concentration and replenishment on lettuce's growth, yield, and quality in a non-circulating hydroponic system. Move to the next slide. Yes, sir. Just move the slide. Okay. Thank you. Lettuce is a highly nutritious, popular staple in vegetable salads that is rich in vitamin A and K, and it thrives at temperatures between 12 degrees to 24 degrees Celsius, while higher temperatures of above 27 degrees Celsius causes disorders such as tip burn and bolting, reducing our yield and quality. And with non-circulating hydroponic systems is an innovative, eco-friendly, soil-free method that conserves water and land while requiring minimum maintenance and delivering consistent nutrients without electricity. During the transplanting stage, this system ensures healthy crop growth by supporting efficient nutrient uptake through capillary action as roots penetrate into the solution. And for our nutrient concentration, it is critical for plant growth, health, and productivity, and is also an optimum EC support nutrient uptake, water absorption, as well as it improves photosynthesis while preventing deficiencies and toxicities. And high EC leads to osmotic stress, which reduces water uptake due to increasing salt concentrations, while low EC causes nutrient deficiencies. And with our problem statement, there is limited research available on this specific nutrient replenishment requirement of lettuce grown in a non-circulating hydroponic system, and there is a gap in understanding how nutrient concentration and the replenishment affect lettuce overall growth, yield, and quality in a non-circulating hydroponic system. And our objectives were to assess how the growth and yield of lettuce grown in a non-circulating hydroponic system responds to nutrient concentration and replenishment at various intervals, and also to assess how the lettuce grown in a non-circulating hydroponically grown system is affected by the nutrient concentration and their replenishment at various intervals on leaf color and leaf chlorophyll content. And our experiment was done at a temperature-controlled greenhouse at the Sorghum University of Technology in Pretoria, where the ambient temperature as well as the relative humidity were monitored using the data loggers. And in autumn, temperatures increased to a maximum of 27.8 degrees Celsius, with the relative humidity ranging from 86 to 94%, impacting the crop growth dynamics. And in winter, temperatures ranged from -1 degree Celsius to 26.83 degrees Celsius with humidity at 100%. And the hydroponic system that were used was the non-circulating crate system using polystyrene containers as nutrient reservoirs, where the seedlings in net cups were submerged in 1 to 2 centimeters nutrient solution where the roots were exposed to air. And the container was a 10-liter container where the plants were spaced at 20 by 20 centimeters. And with our treatments, we had 2 growth seasons of autumn and winter in 2023 with 6 nutrient concentrations of 25, 50, 75, 100 being recommended, 125 and 150. And the nutrient replenishment was at every 0, 5, 10 and 15 days, using the randomized complete block design with 3 replicates. And the fertilizer that we used was the hydroponic and calcium nitrate fertilizer, where the pH was maintained at a range between 5.5 and 6.5. And the cultivar that we used was the Panis green oak lettuce. We collected data on leaf chlorophyll content, leaf color, with the determinants of L, A, and B, with L being your lighter leaves, A being redder, and B being your more yellow leaves, leaf number, fresh and dry leaf mass, fresh and dry root mass, as well as water use. And the data was subjected to the analysis of variance using the GenStat Windows 2022 statistical package. And the significance of difference among the treatments was tested using the least significant difference method. And these are the meters that we used. So the first picture is the SPAT 502 meter used to check the leaf chlorophyll content. And the second and third picture is the CR 400 chromometer to check our leaf color. And for our results, in figure 1 and figure 2, it's leaf chlorophyll content in the autumn season. And the second figure is for the winter season. So it's noted that with this trend, it shows that when you increase the nutrient concentration from 25 to 150, it then has a significant influence or significant effect on the leaf chlorophyll content. And with, as well as with 150 being the highest leaf chlorophyll content, and with figure 2 in the winter season, we also noticed a similar trend, but it was lower compared to the autumn season, which was likely due to the temperature constraints. And with figure 2, you can see that from 25 it gradually increases, and then from 100 to 150, that's when you get your significant increase. And with figure 3, it's the effect of nutrient concentration on the leaf color, specifically for the B determinant for the autumn season. So it is noted that the highest yellow hue was observed at 50%. That gave us the significant effect, whilst if you increase the nutrient concentration, that's when now it decreases the yellowness in our leaf color, and then it then shifts towards a bluish tone. And with figure 4, we got our, so with figure 4, it was specifically on the L determinant where with the L determinant where the highest leaf brightness or the leaf intensity was observed at 25%. And then the same thing is that when you then increase the nutrient concentration, it then decreases the leaf brightness, with 150% having the lowest brightness. And this was my trial with the 3 replicates, and if you notice in the middle line in front, we have bit lighter leaves, showing us that it means that we had, so it was lighter leaves, meaning those were the lower nutrient concentrations that we had, and towards this part it becomes darker, showing that it's more of your higher nutrient concentrations. And with figure 5 and figure 6, it's fresh leaf mass in the autumn season as well as the winter season. And with figure 5, it is observed that 75% had a significant influence on fresh leaf mass, with and when you start increasing the nutrient concentration, it also decreases the fresh leaf mass in the lettuce, with the lowest mass being at 150. And with figure 6, it is noted that 100% showed significant influence on the leaf mass. But when you also compare it to the autumn season, you don't get as much significant effect, also likely due to the temperature constraints, which also limit the growth in winter. And figure 7 is the nutrient concentration on the dried leaf mass in autumn. So with this trend, we noticed that also increasing your nutrient concentration from 25 to 75% significantly increases your effect on the leaf mass, and also whilst also increasing from 75 towards 150, there's a decline in the dry leaf mass. And then, for example, the 125, we had the letter C. And then we also experienced quite a few morphological issues, and the first one is tip burn, where tip burn is caused by calcium deficiency and is characterized by necrotic browning at the leaf edges, and its accelerated plant growth and low transpiration rates hinder calcium transfer, intensifying the severity of tip burn in young leaves. With the effects of nutrient concentration on leaf tip burn, it is noted that the tip burn occurrence was significantly higher at 100% and 125%. However, we had fewer cases of tip burn at 50%. And this aligns with the findings of Huang, who reported that increased tip burn at higher nitrogen levels is due to impaired nutrient absorptions. And the other morphological issue that we had was the leaf deformation, whereby it's characterized by symptoms like wrinkling, twisting, and curling as detrimental to photosynthesis and overall plant health, which is consistent with the findings from several research examining the impact of leaf morphology on plant physiology. And with the effect on lettuce deformation, specifically in the winter season, we observed that leaf deformation was significantly pronounced at high nutrient concentrations from your 100% to your 150%. However, in contrast, your lower nutrient concentrations, we experienced no significant difference, no significant influence, and this indicates that moderate nutrient levels prevent stress-induced morphological issues. And with our root mass, we checked for both the autumn and the winter season. And with the autumn season, the highest root mass was experienced at 50% nutrient concentration. And again, if you increase your nutrient concentration, then you also get a decline in the fresh root mass. And then the decline suggests that excessive nutrients negatively impact on the root development. And also, we know that the high 50%, it means that the nutrient concentration is good for optimum growth. And with our figure 11, the effect nutrients of fresh root mass and grown, so it's the replenishment on the fresh root mass in the winter season. So it was noted that on day 0, which was our control, because we had consistent nutrient supply, we had more fresh root mass compared to the other longer intervals. So meaning if there were frequent intervals in the nutrient solution, then we would get lower root mass. And with our water use, we noted that at day 0, there was a stable, we noted that at day 0, there was a stable, the water use was stable amongst all the nutrient concentrations. And from day 5, then there was an increase in water use, with our higher concentrations of 100 to 150 using more water. And from day 5, then we noticed that your lower nutrient concentrations of 25 to 75 also now started using more water, with 25 being the highest among the lowest ones to use the water. And also, we note that with 125 at 15 days, it had more significant amount of water that was used. And in conclusion, this study demonstrated that moderate nutrient concentrations of 75% and frequent replenishment of every 10 days are optimum for maximizing lettuce's growth and quality in hydroponic systems, particularly in urban agriculture. And over-fertilization decreases yield and quality, emphasizing the need for balanced nutrient management, especially during different seasons. And we would recommend to tailor nutrient management to seasonal conditions with reduced concentrations and increased replenishment in colder months, and also promote non-circulating hydroponic systems, particularly in urban areas, while addressing challenges like water quality through filtration and monitoring. And I would like to acknowledge the Tshwane University of Technology, my supervisors, Prof. Soundi and Prof. Maboko, Ms. Liesel Moray from the ARC, Owen Chanduka from TUT, as well as all the staff at Skill Center for helping me throughout my study. I thank you.
Can we just get some questions and comments? We've got a hand here.
Thank you, very interesting study. First question, what is your motivation for using this non-circulating system?
Okay, so in South Africa, we're currently having an issue with electricity as well as water shortage. And throughout the week, most of our speakers were emphasizing on that. So one of the benefits for this specific project is that it does not use electricity. It needs minimum maintenance, so meaning you will save money on labor, as well as non-circulating, it does not use electricity, and then we don't use much water. For example, instead of you watering each and every day and replenishing each and every day, you can save your nutrient concentration. And also that, because recently our fertilizers are really expensive. I think most farmers are quite aware of that. So now if you don't replenish every day, you also save on fertilizer costs. So, and another thing, because of you use all of these things, but you can still get a high amount of yield and quality. So yeah.
Okay, thanks. And then can I ask one more question? Do we have time? Or is there other questions? Just one more. Yes. On the graph with your tip burn.
With that?
The tip burn.
Yeah.
So you saw increase in tip burn as your concentrations increase, which is what you would expect, but at your highest concentration, it was much lower.
I think that was it was in winter. Can I please go back?
That one, yes.
Yes.
So
yeah, that's one question that I had when I was doing this thing. So through my research, whilst reading, I noted, but I'm still trying to understand that, is that when there is, okay, so because of,
yeah. Were the crops significantly smaller?
Yeah.
Were the crops much smaller in that high concentration?
Yes, but it was mainly at 100 and 125. Okay. So at 150, they were smaller, but they were not as small as the 100 and 150. So there was quite variation. So there was not really an average number that we could say, okay, showcase 150, it makes the yield smaller or the growth smaller. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe go and dig a bit in your results to go and find a reason for that.
So I can be able to explain it. Yeah, I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, can I just take one more last one here?
Thank you, well presented. I just want to also ask on the abnormalities on the quality. What is the explanation? You did explain, but I did not catch that, for tip burn and the malformation and so on. What is the reason for that at the high concentrations?
So with the tip burn, it means that the nitrogen levels were really high, and then now the lettuce leaves, now the lettuce plant then couldn't absorb enough calcium, and then that's then what causes the browning or the necrotic browning at the leaf edges, especially at the younger leaves, because there was not enough calcium.
Okay, and the malformation?
With the malformation, I think that was also something that I haven't really found a main reason, because with the pictures, if you can see, we also had things like stunted leaves, curling, and other things. It looked like there were hohaikis that were eating the lettuce leaves. But when I was trying to understand which nutrient let's say, is not enough. I couldn't find a specific one that now covers all the symptoms that I had. So I couldn't just say it's because of there's a shortage of this or there's a shortage of that, because if I would go through the different symptoms under, let's say, calcium, it wouldn't cover everything. Hence, I didn't put it, because now I would say maybe there's a shortage of calcium, and then an expert then asks me, but 1, 2, 3, and then I cannot explain it. So that's why I was like, let me not put it in.
Okay, Faith, thank you very much. Can we have Lindiwe Khoza? If you can just, as she comes up, we can just clap for her. There is something magical coming that she's going to be telling us, so we are ready for the magic. So which one is yours? Okay. So you're calm? Okay, you're calm. Don't be nervous.
Okay.
Yes.
When I want to
all the best, okay? Do you want to keep it here or you want to move around?
I want to take it.
Okay. So that fine.
Can you take it out for me? So, there's lights.
All the best if you want to move forward. Yes, if you want to point this this way. All the best.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lindiwe Khoza. I'll be giving a presentation on nutritional content of multilateral advanced generation intercrop parental amaranth genotypes with reference checks under different water regimes. So amaranth is one of the most popular African leafy vegetables in South Africa. It is referred to as tepe or imbuya. It is a C4 plant capable of photosynthesizing at a high temperature. It uses less water than the other C3 plants. It is an ideal crop for stress conditions under the changing climate. It is also adapted to extreme soil and climate conditions. It is also drought tolerant and can grow on marginal soils. So we all know that food insecurity can lead to poor nutrition. So this includes lower intake of essential nutrients like protein, vitamins, minerals, and it can increase in high energy, low nutrient dense foods. So over 2 billion individuals suffer from hidden hunger due to vitamin and mineral deficiencies around the world. So many people globally are affected by this nutrient deficiency known as hidden hunger. So it affects all groups of communities, with the infants, babies, and pregnant women being the most vulnerable groups. So amaranth has an excellent nutritional value due to their high content of essential micronutrients. This includes beta-carotene, iron, vitamin C, and folic acids. So it also includes the micronutrients like magnesium, phosphorus, manganese, and iron. So malnutrition affects young children and leading to nutritional deficiency, stunting, and wasting. So in 2024, globally, about 149 million of children under the age of 5 years suffered from stunting. So the aim and objective of this study was to quantify the leaf nutritional and antioxidant traits among the 8 Amaranth genotypes to select superior lines with high nutritional composition for cultivar development for nutritional quality and production. So the study was conducted using the 8 Amaranth genotypes. 6 of them were magic parents, which were obtained from the World Vegetable Center, and the 2 were ARC reference lines. The study was conducted under two rain shelters at the ARC vegetable, industrial, and medicinal plant in Roodeplaat. It was a randomized complete block design with 3 replications, and it also included 3 water treatments, which is W1 is the well-watered treatment. So the soil was refilled to its capacity when it was 20 to 25%. When the 20 to 25% of the available soil water was depleted. The second one was the moderately stressed, which was 60 to 65%. The third one was the 80 to 85%, which was also refilled when the available soil water was depleted. So the size of the subplot size was about 4.6 meters, square meters. It consisted of 6 rows per plot. The inter and the intra-row spacing was 0.3 meters. So the leaf samples were taken to the lab, in our analytical lab at ARC VIMB, where the quantification of vitamin C was done. So this one was determined using the method reported by this author, but it had some minimal changes. So about 0.2 grams of the plant leaf was extracted with 10 milliliters of 4.5% metaphosphoric acid. It was then sonicated in an ultrasonic bath containing ice cold water, about 30 minutes. Then the samples were analyzed using the HPLC. So the vitamin C content was expressed as milligram per 100 gram dry weight of sample. So we continued doing the quantification of the beta carotene. So to prevent the light from affecting the beta carotene, the operation was conducted in a dark place. So the methanol was added to 0.2 gram samples, and then it was vortex for 10 seconds, and then followed by 15 milliliter of the hexane acetone volume. So it was also vortex for 10 seconds before being sonicated in an ultrasonic bath with ice for 15 minutes. So the minerals were also quantified and the method was carried out using the authors Eng and Lee 2005, but with some slight modifications as well. And then the sample, 0.5 grams of the powder sample was digested in 10 mils of that volume nitric acid and hydrochloric acid. It was heated on a hot plate at a high temperature until the sample dissolved. So for the total phenolic and flavonoid content was also carried out using the method that is listed. So the data was subjected to ANOVA using the SAS software, the version 0.9. The means values were separated at 5% probability level using Tukey's order significant difference test. And then the Pearson's correlation analysis was also conducted to deduce the trait and the genotype association. And then the principal component analysis was also conducted to simplify a large data set into a smaller set while maintaining the significant patterns and trends. So in our results, for the ANOVA table 1, it showed that there was a highly and significant difference among the traits evaluated for genotypes. And then for year, it also showed that there was a significant difference in most of the traits evaluated, same as the water, and then genotype by water interaction. There was also a significant difference observed even for the air and water interaction. There was also a significant difference observed for the traits evaluated. So the results also show that there was a genetic variation among the tested genotypes for mineral content. So the Pearson's correlation coefficients for the mineral and antioxidant was also conducted. So on the results that we've obtained, it showed that there was also a significant difference among some of the traits evaluated. So the positive correlation implies that both pair of the traits can be improved simultaneously in our breeding program. So on the results, the ones that are highlighted in red, it shows that there was a positive correlations among those traits evaluated. So the first one was the well-watered one. So this one, it was also evaluated under the moderately stressed conditions. So under the moderately stressed conditions, it was also noticed that the total flavonoid content was significantly and positively correlated with vitamin C, phosphorus, and then the beta-carotene was also positively correlated with sodium. So under the severe stress treatment, it was, we found out that the total phenolic content had a significant and positively correlation with magnesium, vitamin C, sodium, and then the beta-carotene was positively and significantly correlated with vitamin C and sodium as well. So we continue to do the principal component analysis of the studied elements and antioxidant in all the 3 water treatments. So the ones that are highlighted, the ones that are highlighted in red, they also show that there was a positive a correlation. So under a well-watered condition, the first a principal component accounted for the variation of 85.43%. So in that 85.43%, it was noticed that the first principal component contributed about the 33.19% variation, which was mostly dominated by total flavonoid content, vitamin C, and iron. So the second principal component contributed about 56.75% of the variation, which was dominated by the total phenolic content, beta-carotene, sodium, and potassium, and it was also negatively dominated by phosphorus. So the third one was 74.78%, and then the last one, it was also dominated by beta-carotene and zinc. So under moderately stressed conditions, the first 4 principal components was accounted for a variation of 84.1%, with the first principal component contributed about 48.87%, which was dominated by the total flavonoid content, beta-carotene, vitamin C, sodium, and phosphorus. The second one was contributed about 62.53%, which was dominated by total phenolic content, beta-carotene, magnesium, and sodium, and the third one was zinc. The last one was positively dominated by calcium and negatively by phosphorus. So under the severely stressed one, the total principal component accounted for a variation of 89.80%, with the first principal component contributed about 37.65% of variation, which was dominated by total phenolic content, beta-carotene, vitamin C, sodium, and phosphorus, and it was also negatively contributed by zinc. So the second principal component contributed some of the mineral and antioxidant. So the remaining PC also contributed some of the genetic variation. Okay. Okay, and so we also did the pie plots under the 3 different water regimes. So the first one was the well-watered, the A was the well-watered, B moderately stressed, and then C severely stressed. So under the well-watered one, there were 3 genotypes which were grouped together, and then they were characterized by minerals like phosphorus, total flavonoid content, and vitamin C. And then the other one, VI6194, was also associated with total phenolic compound, beta-carotene, and sodium. So it was noted that all the genotypes were scattered in all of the 4 quadrants of our biplot. So under moderately stressed, ANA was associated with the sodium, beta-carotene, vitamin C. And then under severely stressed conditions, VI61487 and VI6072 were associated with calcium, total phenolic compound, magnesium, phosphorus, and beta-carotene. So in conclusion, in this current study, it was evident that the traits evaluated were highly influenced by different water levels, and it is worth noting that the evaluated genotypes showed variation under these different water levels, and the trait responded differently to water stress. So iron and zinc are the main micronutrients deficient in South African diet. So Amaranth genotypes like VI50446 and VI061472 evaluated under this study showed sufficient of these micronutrients. So this observation clearly indicates that they can be recommended for alleviation of zinc and iron. So, okay, yeah. So the following people are acknowledged. Most important one is the BBSRC for funding. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Can I just take one question for her? Just one question. All right, if there are no questions, then can we just give her a big round of applause? Thanks. Can we welcome our last presenter for this session, Simpiwe. How is your time? Yes, are you going to present within 20 minutes? You will try your best, okay? All the best, and enjoy yourself, okay? You know more than anyone in this room here, okay? Yes, yes. I'm telling you that, because you are the one who's doing the work, okay? So the mic is right here. All the best.
Thank you, Prof. Morning, colleagues. Morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Simpiwe Mhlonhlo. I'm working for the Eastern Cape Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform. Today, the topic of my talk is agronomic performance of Amaranth species in animal manure amended and mycorrhiza fungi enhanced the acidic soils of the Eastern Cape. My co-workers are Dr. T.T. Silwana and Professor T. Mabauti. This is the layout of my talk. I won't dwell much on it. I've been listening to the presentation, most of the presentation this week, and the buzzword that I heard is climate change. Most of the speakers, they talked about climate change. This is because it aggravated water scarcity problems, more especially in Africa, and this ultimately threatens the food security. And the plight of climate change, more especially in South Africa, is recognized by increasing water scarcity and erratic rainfall patterns. This then prompts us as agriculturists and the farmers to promote or include the indigenous nutritious crop within our farming systems. And this crop must be easy to grow within our homestead gardens. And now, because the study was done in the Eastern Cape, so my talk will mostly focus in the Eastern Cape. And as you all know, food security in South Africa varies among all the 9 provinces. And according to Statistics South Africa, of the 2.9 million households that are involved in agriculture in South Africa, 20% of them are coming from Eastern Cape. But even though it's like that, you'll find that the population in the Eastern Cape, between 20 and 60% of the population is still living below the poverty line. This is despite the fact that the province is endowed with natural resources that can be used to address food security issues. The province has diversity of soils and climate that can be used to assist to support any agricultural activities. And then the vegetable production, because we know that vegetables can be an alternative source of proteins and other nutrients. But its production in the Eastern Cape is challenged by soil acidity. Most of the soils are acidic because of high prevailing rains. And if you look at this map, you'll find that from the central part of the province towards the east is where the problem occurs, because there is higher rainfall. And this map was produced by BFAP, not the province. You'll find that the pH in these areas is less than 5, especially the blue ones, less than 5. So it means the soils are having a challenge of acidity. And the challenging part in the acidic soil, most of the nutrients are unavailable to plants, more especially the phosphorus. This is because of the accumulation of aluminum and iron. And what happens with the smallholder farmers in the province? They are practicing a mixed farming, where they are having animals and also doing crop production. And in the night, we'll find that they crawl these animals. As a result, there is high accumulation of animal manure. And the farmers eventually use this crawl manure to address their soil fertility challenges. And what happens when you apply manure to an acidic soils? According to the literature, it said that during decomposition, the manures will be releasing calcium that will be hydrolyzed and react with the aluminium to form aluminium hydroxide, which is insoluble. And by that process, at least the soil acidity will be addressed. Production of indigenous crops like amaranthus, as we know, could improve the challenges of food security. And what is most notable in the Eastern Cape, even though amaranthus is among the most indigenous vegetables, most farmers, they do not grow it in their gardens, but they just collect it from the wild and use it as a relish or mix it with maize meal to produce meals such as imifin. As we know, amaranthus belong to Amaranth family, which has more than 800 species. And among these species, about 50% of them are consumed as leafy vegetables in Africa. This crop can be domesticated to reduce household poverty. To address issues of soil acidity, one alternative could be introduction of the mycorrhiza fungi. Because what we understand is that the mycorrhiza fungi, they form colonies with roots of most plants, and in the process, they assist the plant to acquire those nutrients that are absorbed, such as phosphorus in the acidic soils. And if this work, it can assist the small household farmers a lot. As a result of that, we developed this study with the aim with the anticipated understanding that application of the animal manures, inoculation with AMF and their mixtures could enhance the availability of nutrients in acidic soils so as to address the challenges of small farmers in the Eastern Cape. A post experiment was conducted at Doni Agricultural Development Institute between 2019-20 and 2020-21 cropping season. The study area is located between those latitudes. Soils that are used in the study were collected from the areas that are having most acidic soils. That is, one was collected at Doni and the other one was collected in the eastern part of the province, okay, which is this side of the province, and the other one was collected here centrally. The soils were classified and as Glen Rosa. The one from Doni was classified as Glen Rosa, and the one that was collected from Lusigisig was classified as Dundee soil form. Well-decomposed animal manures were collected from two districts in the province, which is Amatole District and Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality. And the samples, both samples and the soils were analyzed for their physicochemical properties. The Abscula mycorrhiza that was used on the study was acquired from Rose University, that is in Makanda in the Eastern Cape. Manures were incorporated to the soil at least a month, that is 4 weeks before we conducted our study. During that period, we were growing the seedlings. And then when we were planting, we planted both the seedlings of the A. hybridus, which is a species of Amaranthus, and A. cruenta. So we had two species of Amaranthus. Coming to our trial design, It's a little bit complicated, our trial design. And it was based on the phosphorus requirements of both soil, of both acidic soils. But you will see as I go down to my results how the physical-chemical properties of the soils were. Our design was like this. Sorry. So we had our two soil types, which is your Glenrosa and the Dundee. We had our two species, A. cruentus and A. hybridas. We had our control. We had a treatment where we just applied the AMF alone. We had a level of manure where we applied 100% manure. And then we had a mixture of 50% of what was recommended and 50% of the recommended NPK fertilizers. And then in all these levels, we had these different manures. We also had a treatment of 33% of what was recommended for animal manure and 33% of what was recommended for NPK fertilizer. We topped that with 12 grams per plant of AMF, and then we had our positive control, which is the mineral fertilizer. Okay, data collection and sampling was done for growth parameters, which is plant height, number of leaves, and stem girth. And for yield parameters, we measured fresh and dry leaf weight, fresh and dry biomass, as well as fresh and dry roots. The collected data was subjected to statistical analysis, and GenStat version 18 was used. For separation of means, we used the Duncan multiple range test. Okay, going to the results and discussion. We just took the outside climate meteorological data during that period, even though it was a controlled study. We just took it just to check what was happening outside. Okay, for the growth parameters, no, this is not growth parameters. Okay, I mentioned that we looked at the physical-chemical, which was a basis of this study. If you just look at this source, the pH, they are both acidic. And then these are the properties of the manures. You find that they are alkalinic. And this is the P that was provided by the animal manures. And then this is the P that was required from both soils. And just for interest's sake, I looked at the organic matter content of all these soils. And then this is the classification of soils, as I mentioned. Now looking at the results, the plant growth parameters, because I said they were taken. So if you look at the species, both species, there was no difference, especially in the first season, in most of them. The only difference was in season 2 for the Dundee soil, which is Lusikisiki soil. And then if you look at the performance of the treatments, where the 100% animal manure was applied, you'll find that cattle manure was the one that produced the tallest plants, as well as most number of leaves, especially in season 1. Also for the stem girth in first season, it was 100% cruel manure that produced the most. For 33% cruel manure, you find that it was just scattered. likewise for 50% and 50% NPK fertilizer. But what was interesting with the results, you'll find that they were more than our positive control, which is 100% NPK fertilizer. And then this is for, this is for our fresh weight. And then the same similar trend is happening with our fertilizers, but there is a difference in performance of the Amaranth species. And then a similar trend was also observed for the dry weight of our Amaranth parameters that was taken. But now we find that for Glenrosa Sorghum in season 1, there was a difference in the performance of the species. And then similarly, there was an impact of the animal manure combinations for the dry weights. Now going to the conclusions, we observed that in most parameters, application of AMF alone did not have impact. In fact, it performed more like a control. Hence, we are saying maybe it's because it's not a fertilizer that you can rely it alone, but you need to mix it with other fertilizers so it can assist with acquiring of nutrients. Also, the combination, they improved the growth of plants. So what we are saying is that if this could work really, it can save the farmers, because currently they're even mixing crawl manure and inorganic fertilizers, but there are no specific ratios that they apply. So if these ratios can apply, they can save them a lot of money, because we know that crawl manure is bulky and it takes some money to ferry it to the fields. So if they can mix it with other fertilizers, at least they can be saving. We would like to acknowledge these people who participated a lot in this project. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Ndate. Can we take just a few questions?
Okay, thank you very much for the nice presentation. The first one I just wanted to confirm, you said that the soils that you use as experimental units, were they acidic?
I can't get the question, sir.
The first one, I'm trying to confirm if the soil that you use as experimental units, were they acidic, the ones that you used?
Yes, they were acidic. Both of the soils that were used in this experiment were acidic.
Okay, because I've noticed that your soil forms was Glenrosa and Dundee, and when I check at the diagnostic horizons of those soils, they are not notorious for acidity, as opposed to oxy soils. So can you please clarify that discrepancy between those soil forms that you found and the ones that are known to be more acidic in literature, which are mostly oxy soils?
When we ask, let's just simplify the questions so that our presenters can follow. Can you just break it down into easy terms so that you can follow?
Okay, for example, let's take Glenrosa. So the subsoil in Glenrosa is lithocutanic, and then when you check the description, they say that mostly they can be calcareous, meaning that they are rich in calcium carbonates, and those, we know that they are soils with high pH. So I'm trying to clarify the discrepancy there, because you're saying that the soils were acidic. But when you check the soil forms, they are not notorious for being acidic, as opposed to oxy soils, which are normally acidic in literature. So can you please clarify that discrepancy or inconsistency there? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think you are approaching this question in the side of soil scientist. And then myself, as a crop scientist, I relied on those results that I showed there. Because all the results, they show that the soil is acidic. So I don't have these details that we are talking about, because we just relied on the results that were coming out of the lab.
Do you have one last question?
First of all, thank you for the informative presentation. My question is, since you did mention that AMF can reduce the effects of acidity in the soil, what is the mechanism that the AMF uses to reduce acidity effects in the soil? Is it naturally basic or alkaline to can be able to reduce acidity effects in the soil, or is there another mechanism that the AMF uses to reduce acidity levels in the soil?
It's a mechanistic question, so let's go and have T so that he can explain the mechanisms for you in detail, okay? Can we give Ndate a big round of applause? I've probably eaten into your time. I am an African child. I cannot kick people off the stage. I was raised like that. Thank you for your time, and it was a delight to share this session with you, and all the best. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Just a few announcements. Thanks, Prof. Lamini. The lunch tickets are available in Nancy's desk. Please, the gala dinner tables, you need to sign for a table outside. They are already pasted on the wall. The societies and the guests don't. We've already allocated the table for the executive and the guest of each societies. Let me see. Shane and the guest speaker, the media group is requesting that you stand up here, and they were not able to get a photo. Yes. Otherwise, I think let's move straight to the next session. So maybe 2-3 minutes so that we can change the sessions. Next presenters, please come and upload your presentations. Thank you, colleagues. Let me get clarity when the cameraman. And somebody to assist with uploading of presentations, please.
Sessions here last. Let me just have a scan.
Popetla from the University of Limpopo. I'll be presenting to you the study, The Influence of Nitrogen and Nano Zinc and Copper Micronutrients on Yield and Quality of Potato Cultivars. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin my study by asking the question, what is the total cost of production on the environment? I ask this question as a result of the significance that nitrogen plays in agricultural production, but then yet at the same time, nitrogen is one of the leading contributors towards greenhouse gases and also climate change. We are observing an increase in population as a result of agriculture improving in the implication of fertilizers being applied. Figure 1 demonstrates that the moment we discovered the utilization of fertilizer in agriculture, population boom also occurred. This, ladies and gentlemen, also comes with a negative attitude towards the environment. The nitrogen that we are applying leads to eutrophication and contamination of streams. Also, another thing which we are realizing, there is a threat towards the food security that people need to be fed. And one of the most important crops, I think it's number 4, if I'm not mistaken, after maize, wheat, and rice, potato. It requires a lot of nitrogen. In South Africa, it's documented that farmers apply upwards of 350 kilograms per hectare in order to reach optimum yield. So my study comes in this position. We are aiming to find a space where we can downsize the application of nitrogen in potato production. We aim to achieve this by incorporating nano fertilizers in the form of nano zinc and copper. Our study was conducted in Mopani district, Maruleng municipality to be exact. This is number 3 district in the number of districts that are producing potato in the Limpopo province. Then the first district that produces potato at a higher quantity, it's the Capricorn, followed by the Waterberg. So as the methodology continues, I used a split plot design to fit in my treatments, of which were different nitrogen rates and zinc and copper, and I utilized Mondial and Valor to conduct my study, ladies and gentlemen. So, as the methodology continues again, ladies and gentlemen, I collected tuber weight and also calculated percentage dry weight, specific gravity, and percentage starch within the tubers. When we look at our results, ladies and gentlemen, we realize that when we applied nitrogen in combination to the micronutrients, there was an increased yield, and the yield was significant mostly for the Mondial cultivar. If you look at N160, you'd realize that the yield increased drastically, and also it was as a result of the combination of both nitrogen and zinc and copper. I wouldn't want to consider the 240 because majority of the smallholder and also emerging farmers do not afford to purchase such quantities of fertilizers. But as a result of commercial farmers that are within our country, I do believe that the nitrogen 240 kilograms per hectare can cater to them if they are to apply nitrogen combined with nano zinc and copper. Because from figure 2, when you look at Mondial in 2022, the N240 performed greater, followed by the N160, although within them, it's when we combined nano zinc and copper that you will realize a greater yield. Although when we look at the Valor cultivar, ladies and gentlemen, for the same rates, you get to realize that the significant difference was not as clearly defined as in Mondial. Going further, for the parameters which I had collected or I had calculated, I had observed that there is a positive and strong correlation between tuber weight and specific gravity, percentage dry matter, and percentage starch. We do know that from the grading or the rating of potatoes, specific gravity constitute towards the high dry matter that is needed in potatoes, which are used to produce the chips that we eat and also the crisps that are being produced. And we observe this distinctively from both the growing seasons in 2022 and 2023, and for both the cultivars. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it brings forth that nitrogen, indeed, it is important in potato production, although if we are to incorporate it with zinc and copper, we could witness more and greater yield. I therefore recommend 160 kilograms per hectare of nitrogen combined with nano zinc and copper to the majority of the small-scale farmers and also emerging farmers. If by doing so, the farmers will be downsizing the application of nitrogen in their fields, thus reducing the rate of eutrophication. This also obligates us to practice responsible consumption because the production at which the farmers are producing is no longer sustainable for the environment that we are living in. With that, I conclude my study, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you.
Jesus.
Thank you, Mpo. Any questions for Mpo? Yes. Can we get a mic here in front?
Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to make a remark because I think we should aim to produce potatoes for us. I see it's got a yield of 140 tons per hectare.
Oh, I do believe that my calculations were correct, although I'll revisit it, because on average, they say generally potato farmers generate about 50 to 60 tons per hectare of potato. Say? Okay, and probably there was a punching error, say. It's supposed to be 14.
To show him, tell him to go back to the graph. Okay, it was an error apparently, sorry. Any more questions for Mpo? Nothing? Seems like everybody's tired now on the last day of the Congress. Okay, thank you very much, Mpo. Can we please get our next speaker on stage? Sorry, we have a bit of a few technology problems today, apparently. Okay, so please welcome our next speaker of the day is Ms. Safora, and she will be presenting about sorghum, so please enjoy the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solofela Mafora. I'm a PhD student at the Northwest University, and I'm pleased to present to you on the topic titled, The Effect of Nitrogen Fertilizer Source, Cultivar, and Field Condition on the Growth Performance of Sorghum. This study was conducted under my master's duration, and it was supervised by Professor Eric Sibeta. Sorghum is a crucial crop for the semi-arid region. However, sorghum has specific temperature for optimum growth occurring around 32 degrees Celsius for both vegetative and reproductive stage. Water plays a vital role in the production of sorghum, with a total of 300 to 400 millimeters of water needed for the growing season. However, the water requirement varies with the stages of the crop production. Drought stress is one of the main factors that influence sorghum production, and its negative impact is seen by the leaf size, number and expansion, and ultimately affecting the yield. Another crucial input for sorghum production is nitrogen fertilizer. Previous studies have highlighted that nitrogen positively influences growth, but the response depends on different nitrogen sources. For example, line ammonium nitrate and urea, based on previous researches, are known to enhance leaf area better than ammonium sulfate. And other researchers have noted that ammonium nitrate has shown to promote stock height and diameter effectively, especially in sweet sorghum. This important note is to emphasize that the selection of right nitrogen sources and its understanding in its reaction with field conditions and cultivar is important in the production of sorghum. The problem statement and objective of this study: despite the benefits of nitrogen fertilizer sources, they come with their limitations. For instance, urea is prone to ammonium volatilization, which reduces the nutrient availability and delays plant growth. Also, excessive moisture adds to the production of, to the delay or the negative impact in the production of sorghum, because it may lead to reduced plant height and photosynthetic efficiency. The objective of my study was to evaluate the different nitrogen fertilizer sources, cultivars, and field conditions under dryland and irrigated field after that affects the growth performance of sorghum. Okay. The experiment was conducted at Molelwane, which is the university research farm that is just outside the city of Mafikeng, and the farm is in a semi-arid region, receiving average rainfall of 571 with temperatures from 7 degrees Celsius to 37 degrees Celsius. The soil at the site is a sandy loamy, classified under the Hatton series. The experiment was done in a 2x5x2 factorial fitted in a split plot design within a randomized complete block structure, where our main plots were the field condition, the dry land, and the irrigated. The subplots reflected the nitrogen fertilizer sources, including control plots where nitrogen was not applied at all. And the subplots consisted of the two sorghum cultivars, the Titan and Avenger. The Titan cultivar is the late maturing cultivar, and the Avenger is the early maturing cultivar. In total, the research consisted of 10 treatment combinations replicated 4 times, resulting in 40 plots for each field condition. The agronomic practices were as follows. The nitrogen fertilizer sources were applied at the recommended rate of 120 kilograms per hectare under 2 doses. The first dose was applied during planting, and the other one was side dressed at 37 days after planting. Irrigation was applied twice a week and was not applied in days where there was rainfall. And the system that was used was sprinkler system. The rain gauge was used to measure the amount of water after a 4-hour period of irrigation. The data that was collected for this part of the experiment was collected from 8 plants that were randomly selected and tagged in the inner rows of each sampling area per plot, and the data was recorded at 52 days after planting for all the parameters except for plant height. The parameters were plant height, number of leaves, leaf area, stem diameter, and chlorophyll content. The data was subjected to analysis of variance to compare the treatment means using the GenStat Discovery 4th edition 2012. The treatment means were separated using the LSD at 5% level probability. Coming to the results, I would like to note that under the nitrogen fertilizer sources, there were no significant effect for the nitrogen sources throughout the 2 seasons of the research. However, I felt the need to highlight, even though there were no significant effect under the nitrogen sources, we found that ammonium sulfate nitrate and urea were performing better than the other nitrogen sources. And this results shows under the plant height, number of leaves, and the chlorophyll content for both planting season. Under the cultivar, there were inconsistency as well in the performance of the cultivar for plant height, number of leaves, and chlorophyll content. However, under the field condition, unexpected results were discovered, and dry land field condition performed better than the irrigation field condition. Moving on to the stem diameter and leaf area, we find that the ammonium sulfate nitrate is leading here, although the overall statistical analysis shows that there are no significant effect among the nitrogen fertilizer sources. Coming to the cultivars, Avenger was leading in the stem diameter and the leaf area parameters of our crop. Also, the field condition, dry land showed consistency throughout the 2 seasons of this experiment. Although the nitrogen fertilizer sources, like I said, did not have significant effect, it is important to note that sorghum treated under urea and ammonium sulfate demonstrated growth across the multiple parameters. Plant height resulted, taller plants resulted from the readily available ammonium form, which enhanced the internode development. When chlorophyll content was driven by the sulfur in the ammonium sulfate nitrate, which promoted protein synthesis and photosynthesis. Urea also contributed to a larger stem diameter by stimulating root growth and stem elongation. Additionally, ammonium sulfate nitrate and ammonium sulfate enhanced leaf area by promoting nutrient absorption and photosynthetic efficiency. Under dryland conditions, sorghum performed well due to its adaptive mechanism. Effective rainfall during vegetative stage supported taller plant height, while early use of soil moisture promoted leaf and higher number of leaves. And the leaf area were achieved through deeper root system extraction of water and nutrients. Chlorophyll content also maintained stable under dryland conditions due to the plant's ability to maintain leaf tegel through osmotic adjustment. With the cultivars, they really showed genetic differences that influenced the results, while we saw a Titan producing more leaves and the other one, Avenger, developing larger leaf area. Maybe this could be due to their unique growth and cycle, and growth cycle and characteristics. Concluding this presentation, despite no significant difference among nitrogen sources, urea and ammonium sulfate nitrate showed potential for better growth under the study's conditions. And this statement is not to say that other sources of nitrogen did not do well. However, these were the ones that were showing up consistently in our results, and maybe it could be the first reference point for farmers around Mafikeng who would want to apply nitrogen sources. They can start with these ones. Sorghum drought tolerance was evident as dryland conditions significantly enhanced plant height and leaf number. These results affirms that sorghum stability for regions with limited rainfall is possible. These results emphasizes the importance of proper irrigation management, taking into consideration the soil type and the climatic conditions, especially for farmers who rely on irrigation, because this statement really wants to address the fact that sorghum was seen to perform well in dryland, but this is not to discourage the farmers who rely on irrigation, that irrigation will not help. Maybe they should look at the management of the irrigation with the equipment they have and also the irrigation schedules. I would like to acknowledge the NRF for funding this master's degree, as well as the Sorghum Trust. And lastly, I would like to acknowledge my university, the Northwest University Mafikeng campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? I have a question for you. So why do you think the dryland ones performed better than irrigation in terms of leaf area and chlorophyll content and all the measurements that you've done?
I think one of the possible reasons could be in the irrigated fields. We'd irrigate and then rainfall will follow. So maybe excessive moisture really stress the irrigated field, giving the dryland field an opportunity to outperform it.
So did you measure any rainfall in that area specifically for the dryland ones to make that kind of statement?
The only measurement I could use was the rain gauge. Other than that, there were no other tools to measure. I forgot. I forgot, yeah.
Now, I was just thinking, if you have very good rainfall, obviously during that season, you plant dryland, it will, if you have a very high rainfall during that season that you've actually done the trial, it will explain your data. So it would have been nice to see what is your average rainfall for the season. Any more questions?
Oh, okay. Thank you, the presenter. A very nice study. It's not really a question. Oh, sorry. It's not really a question. It's just to get a clarity on you and understanding that you indicated that most of your data was not significant. Why are you still going further? Explaining more, because your null hypothesis has been accepted, which means the treated sources of the nitrogen indicates us very well that there is no significant difference. Yet you are still recommending to the farmers that this is what we can do, this is what we can do. Yet the model that you are using as Gen study is clearly indicating to you that the results are, there is no significant difference, which means why are you analyzing the data yet you are still recommending it?
Okay. I agree with you that the results came supporting the null hypothesis. However, going back to the farmers, there's a need for us to at least give them light on what other sources that they can use. So the reason why I continue discussing these nitrogen sources, even though they did not have significant effect, is to have a start point to the farmers. Even if you are not using anything at all, you maybe start with urea instead of not applying anything at all. Because for someone would say, oh, since well they did not have any significant effect, I can go on and plant sorghum without any fertilization. I don't know if I ran away with the...
No, but the results are talking to you clearly saying that whatever you are doing, there is nothing different, which means the standard control or whatever the control that the farmers has been using all along, with the new assumptions or the ideas that you are coming with, it clearly indicates that it's not working. Why can't we stick to what we have been doing all along? Because my new assumptions, still they are coming back to null hypothesis. I just wanted to go back and look at it now.
Okay, noted.
Any more questions? On this side first.
Thank you for the presentation. Just to add clarity to what the previous person has alluded to, sometimes when it comes to response of cultivars to fertilizer, it has to do with what's the source of your cultivar. Are you using a landrace? Because sometimes their own response, how they pick up the nutrient and utilize it matters. And again, you can also look at the number of cultivars that you use. You just use 2. That's not enough for you to draw conclusion. So obviously, that might be the reason why most of your work is not really showing that significance, because ideally, the source of your nitrogen is supposed to show, is supposed to matter, because they contribute to acidifying the soil, and also which end up affecting how the cultivar picks up the nutrient from the soil. So maybe to continue your work, you can increase the number of cultivars, make sure you add not just the local materials that the farmers are using, but the improved cultivars that have been improved so that they can be responsive to nutrient intake, nutrient input. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that input.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Mafora, for your presentation. I have one question for you. Amongst 17 sustainable development goals, which goal are you trying to address with your study, with your conducted study?
One of the things that I want to address with my study is obviously food security. And then with sorghum having a long history of being resistant to drought and stuff like that, I believe that this crop can be a good supplementation to those who cannot afford plant other crops.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, I think let's stop the session. Thank you very much. Can we welcome our next speaker? Sorry, we're just having a bit of technical problems again. Just give us a minute or two. Okay, so please welcome next onto the floor, Dr. Shafia Maali from the ARC in Potchefstroom.
Good morning, everyone. It's the time now to talk about the sunflower.
My presentation is going to be about the influence of planting date on sunflower yield and quality in semi-arid area. First of all, we have to say something about the sunflower seed in South Africa. Sunflower is considered the fourth crop in South Africa after maize and wheat and soybean. However, the Free State, the province of Free State and Northwest is the only province contributed to like 90% of the production of the sunflower. If you can see the national yield is very low. It's about 1.29, which is very, if you compare it to the world production, it was like 30% lower than the world production, and also it's about 70% lower than the sunflower cultivar national trial production. So meanwhile, if you can see, some of the farmer, according to the Grow for Cold competition was conducted by the Grain SA, some of the farmer, they can produce 4 ton or more. So why we have, why our yield, there is a big gap between the national yield and the world yield production. The reason for that, actually, the sunflower farmer or the summer grain farmer, they only plant sunflower if they can't plant the maize or soybean. How they can't plant maize and soybean? Because if the growing season is too late and they couldn't plant their crops, so they go and they plant sunflower. So they consider the sunflower as a catch crop and not a cash crop. There is some factor effect on the growth and development of sunflower. One of these factors, the genotype. So cultivar selection is very important. Is it the voice? Okay. The cultivar selection is very important, and the other factor, which actually is not in the farmer hand or it's not in the producer hand, like drought. If we have drought mainly during the grain filling or bud stage, it will affect badly on the sunflower. The other factors can be heat stress, which has happened last year. We have a very heat stress during the flowering, which is effect on the sunflower productivity. The other thing, sunflower need cumulative intercepted radiation, like sometimes if we have very cloudy days, it's effect on the flowering of sunflower. All these factor is not in our hand, but there is some factor can be in our hand, like the farming practice, planting density. Plant density is very important to establish sunflower. If you don't have enough plant density in the ground, the sunflower will not produce. Also the other thing, nitrogen fertilization. And the most important thing, which I'm going to talk about, is the planting date. So how the planting date can affect on the yield. So seems to me. So choosing the right planting date is crucial for maximizing sunflower production. However, varying weather condition, like some condition not in our hand, so we can't predict what is the optimum planting date we can do. Some of the national studies showed that delayed planting date can be significantly affect on the yield and productivity of sunflower. In North Argentina, because the heat and drought stress, they advise to conduct the planting date early in the season. So I'm gonna just mention, this study actually conducted from 2007, and it's carry-on study. We conduct until now about 60 sunflower trial with different planting dates, and we see the probability of producing the high yield. This is planting date we divided to November, December, January, and if the farmer is looking like to produce like 2.5 ton per hectare, in order to produce that, if he plant on optimal time, he can produce like 47%, while if he delayed the planting until January, he's gonna get 1% of this yield potential. So if you're looking for high yield potential, you have to do the planting date and the optimum planting date, which my result, it will show you what is the optimum planting date according to our study. Also, we have the same study doing for the oil content, all of us, we know the oil content is very important for sunflower. And if we're looking for a high oil content, which should be more than 40%, that means we have to do the planting in the optimum time. Like if you are looking for 42 and above a planting date, you have to do, 42 oil content, the planting date, it should be early in optimum, 75, but if we delay the planting date until January, you're gonna get very low percentage. So this is the result give you indication that the planting date is very important for sunflower. Now we're going back to the trial. This trial has been conducted at the Potchefstroom Research Farm and also at the farmer yield and farmer field. And the aim of this study is to determine the impact of planting date on sunflower seed yield, oil yield, and oil content, and also to give the right and advise a planting date to the farmers. So this trial, material and method, 12 field trial were conducted at Potchefstroom, 7 at Bethlehem, and 5 at Stensres as the farmer field. So this trial has been going for the last 3 years, from 2021 to 2023, and we did different planting date. As you can see on this table, there is some yield, some year we couldn't plant because the farmer is not willing to do planting, and some of the planting date was missing because we dealing with the dry land. So when you deal with dry land, you can't just go to the field and do your planting. The soil should be ready to do the planting. So each plot consists of, actually we tested 6 hybrid from different seed company, and we plant like, each plot consists from 6 rows with 10 meter. We only harvested 4 rows with 8 meter, and we estimate the yield per plot, and after that, yield per hectare. We did measure the oil and the protein in the lab, and also we did standard analysis of variance was performed to test for significant environment by hybrid interaction, and also we did ME analysis to see how the genotype environment interaction reacted. Now, if you look, unfortunately, I have the pointer. If you look to the amount of the rainfall, you see the variation between the first season and the first and the second season. At Potchefstroom, we have rainfall over 800, while if the last year rain was about 500 something, which is much lower than, thank you. It is much lower than, anyway. Much lower than the 2 previous years. The same implemented for Bethlehem and Stensres. So you see how the variation in the rainfall during this trial. When we did the analysis of variance analysis for Potchefstroom, is in the A, and B for Bethlehem, and for Stensres, you can see the planting date has significant effect on all the studies parameters, seed yield, oil yield, and oil content. Year also have significant effect on all studied parameters. Hybrid, you can see the hybrid only has no significant effect at Potchefstroom, but if you see the hybrid at Bethlehem, and at Bethlehem there is significant differences. At Stensres, there is no significant differences. There is also significant interaction between hybrid and the planting date, and between year and the planting date. This is give indication how it's very difficult to decide about the planting dates. There is significant interaction for all parameters and for all the study also parameters. Now, if you see, this is analysis for seed yield at Potchefstroom for the 3 years, for the first year, second year, third year, and this is combined analysis for all the years. You can see November planting was the best yield was obtained at the November planting. If you look to the oil content, you see there is no significant differences when we look to the oil yield, oil content, and that's because the oil content is more affected by genotype than by the environment. Same for Bethlehem. We did the 2 years data, and you can see December planting for Bethlehem gave us the best seed and all yield, and there is the November gave the best oil content. So each locality gave different result because the effect of the environment on these characteristics. For stains risk, as you can find it, is very strange. You can see the January planting, and he did the plant in that year on the 5th of January, gave us the best oil yield and seed yield. But if you look to the oil content, November planting was the best planting date to plant. Now we run the analysis, combined analysis for all the localities for all the year. You can see here November planting for Butchstrom was the best, and the December for Bethlehem, January for Stainless. But if we combine all the analysis all over, you can see the December planting is the best planting date for all the locality. Same trend were noticed for all yield, but if you look to the oil content, you can see the best planting date for all content was November. The one who doesn't know what is the oil yield is coming from the seed yield multiplied by oil content. This figure just to show you, if we plant late, what will happen to the seed yield, oil yield, and oil content. If, for each locality, you can see that the loss is range from 11 to 37% loss in the yield if you delay the planting until late. And for all yield, the range from -8 to -45. When we combine all the data analysis, the percentage of the loss will be like 28 for seed, 25 for all seed, and 5% for the seed. So imagine if the farmer, he tried to plant late, and how much yield he will lose by just do the planting late in the season. Now to see the effect of the, we did EMI analysis. EMI analysis is that you can use it to give you a better indication about genotype environment interaction. And you can see here the environment. The environment here is include year, site, and planting date. It has very high contribution to the sum of square. Is about 90%, while the genotype, the contribution is very low, because it seems to me most of the sunflower genotype in South Africa is almost similar. But if you look to in the yield, but if you look to the oil content, the high contribution of the hybrid is very high, it's like 36%, followed by environment, by interaction. For all yield also, the environment has significant effect and very high, followed by genotype and by genotype environment interaction. In order to see where is this interaction coming, we did the principal component analysis, and you can see the first principal component for the seed yield were significant. The second one is not significant, and the first and the two, they were significant for other parameters. Now this is show the genotype were tested, and you can see the mean yield for 24 environments. Axen 5270 produced 2.22, and if you see Syngenta cultivar, they characterize with very, very high oil content. It's about 49%, and the oil yield is about 1 ton. If you see the difference between the difference between planting date and between the environment, it ranged from 1.1 for Bethlehem planted in 2024 November, and the highest one was in Potchefstroom planted in 2020 November. The average yield was 2.14. If you see the seed yield, also Potchefstroom planted 2020 November gave the highest seed yield. If you look to the oil content, the best oil content was obtained for Potchefstroom planted 23 November. So how see the environment has very significant effect on the planting date. Now we run the PC1, we plotted against the main yield, and you see all the hybrid after this arrow, and the environment they consider very good because they produce more than the average. If you see the PC1 plotted for PC2, this is show us all the environment and the hybrid surrounding the center of the plot consider very stable and good, while the environment with the long arrow, they are need a specific adaptation for a specific environment. You can see here, this is for the seed yield, the same thing, the center is the stable, but the other one, you can see specific hybrid, you can plant it in this specific date. Same we did for the oil seed and oil. You can see this is you can see where I bought this circle. Each hybrid can be adapted for this specific environment. Also the oil content, but you can see the oil content, they are very close to the center because the oil content is more affected by gene than by the environment. And just want to show this graph. It's a very good graph for the producer, for researcher, for the farmer. It shows you which planting date and environment, and it will give you to select the best for hybrid for each environment. This is actually the summary from the result, and this can be used easily by the farmer just to see what is the best hybrid to plant under his circumstance. As a conclusion, several factors, including the site, year, planting date, hybrid selection, and their interaction, has considerable impact on the sunflower productivity. The optimum period for planting sunflower in Northwest and Free State region is November to December. Delaying until January can have a significant impact on the seed and oil content. I would like to acknowledge the fund from Oilseed and from ARC, and also I would like to express my gratitude to the sunflower team who are actually conducting the field trial, and most of the time they are in the field. Also for the seed company donating the hybrid, and for the farmers who allowed us to access his land and do the trial. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Any questions for her? Everybody's tired. I don't want to talk anymore. So I want to ask you, you've done now over the past few seasons, did you see a bit of a shift in terms of the planting date? Thinking about the increase in temperatures, maybe less rain or something?
Yeah, this is what I mentioned at the beginning. Like this current season, we had a little bit of rain at the end of October, and we have no rain from end of October, like end of November. We couldn't do planting, it was very dry, and now we have rain from October until now. So some of the farmers, they are busy even planting. For the heat, the last heat, I measured the heat or the temperature was increased like 2 to 5 degrees in February and March compared to the long-term average.
Any more questions for her? Thank you very much, Sophia. Our next speaker is unfortunately not here. Can I just ask again? Happiness Setlali, you are not here. Okay, while we wait, I think let's continue to the next speaker, but before we get there, I just want to remind everybody about our society meetings this afternoon at 4 o'clock. So crops will be here in this hall, and then soil science will be in the lily hall, and the horse will be in the chapel. So please join us if you are not a member of the societies yet. It's always good to get a bit involved because we want all the people from the industry as well as the academici and all kinds of researchers involved in the association, because you guys, it's a way, we want to use it as a platform for everybody to connect with each other. So if you are not a member yet, please come and join us. If you are, also join us. We have a new website as well. that is now up and running. So we want you guys to register on it again. So please make sure that you are there at this afternoon's meeting. So we continue with the next speaker, Lugisane Yoko. I'm just trying to get a new pointer for him. Otherwise, you must just stand here and you can use that one. Okay. So unfortunately, fortunately, he's from the South African brewery, but he didn't bring any samples for us to taste.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I am Lungisa. So I'll be talking about some of the work that we do for research and development for our growers in the Western Cape rain-fed regions. Okay, so today I'll be talking about the impact of nitrogen fertilization on yield and quality of spring barley in rain-fed regions. Okay, this will be my outline. Okay. The introduction. Nitrogen management is critical in achieving optimal barley yield and malting quality. Why is that? Because nitrogen has an impact obviously on yield. It has an impact on your grain protein or kernel nitrogen as we call it. It also influences whether your crop is going to lodge or not. It also talks to, thank you. It also talks to nitrogen use efficiency. And also, we also talk about something like stage-specific demand in barley, meaning that early season nitrogen is important for tiller development, and late in the season, again, nitrogen is also important for ensuring that we are in the right band in terms of grain protein. Yeah, definitely nitrogen content is key criterion in malting barley production, and failure to meet the required grain nitrogen content, it can lead to rejection of the crop for malting purposes. Okay, why is nitrogen so important in the malting process? Because about 40% of the nitrogen in the kernel is converted to soluble proteins during the malting process, and these soluble proteins are responsible for color development in the malt and color development in the beer. And also, those proteins are food for yeast during the fermentation processes. Okay. Therefore, it is a key requirement in order to ensure the successful production. Okay. Definitely, grain content is a function of yield and grain nitrogen accumulation, both of which are strongly influenced by fertilizer. Okay, what is the research question that I will try to answer in this trial? So what effects do different nitrogen strategies have on the quality and yield of malting barley? Okay, so the objective that we came up with was to conduct research for site-specific optimum nitrogen rates on barley growers in the dryland, to evaluate the timing of nitrogen fertilizer application on barley quality and yield, and finally to evaluate the nitrogen rate on the quality and yield. We conducted our study in 3 sites, namely in Caledon, which is towards the western side, closer to Cape Town, and then in Heidelberg, which is easterly, towards Riversdale, George there, and then Napier, which is in the southern side. Okay, this is the weather that we have in the 2 seasons which we have done the study. As you can see, in terms of rainfall, there is quite a drastic change in between the years. We had a little bit low rainfall in 2022, and we had very high rainfall in 2023. This affected our results, especially in 2023, quite negatively. I will explain this later. And also, I will not have results for 2022 in Heidelberg because of bed damage. As you all know, we work with around natural environment. Okay, the layout of our trial, the trial followed a randomized complete block design replicated 4 times. We came up with 21 treatments, as you can see them. It's quite an extensive list. So we just wanted to start from very low to very high so we can cover all our bases in terms of the amount of nitrogen and also the strategies. Okay. So how the strategies work is the first number is the nitrogen that we applied at planting, and then the second column is the nitrogen rate at 6-leaf stage. Is actually not really 6-leaf, it's between 5 to 6-leaf, and then at the end rate at flag leaf. Okay, this is the products that we used. At planting, we used Alpha 36, we top dressed with Kaizen, and for foliar feed, we used urea low burette. Okay, we managed our trial this way with pre-emergent and non-selective herbicides. Post-planting, we used some selective herbicides and insecticides just to manage insects early on. And then we followed with our treatment. Okay, what I will be talking about in this presentation will be the quantitative parameters, which is grain yield. And I also added a little bit of gross margin. I must stress this now. I estimated these values. This is not based on the actual information, which the actual information we will provide when we finalize the project. Okay, in terms of qualitative parameters, I will be talking about the total kernel nitrogen, or TN. I'll be saying quite a lot of times, and I will be talking about plumpness as well. And then the data, we subjected it to RStudio. We did ANOVA, and then the mean separation we did using Fisher's protected least significance difference test. Okay, this is my result. Okay, it is busy, so please, I will try and make it easy for you. Okay, so what we saw in Caledon, especially in 2022, is that we got our highest yield at 70 total nitrogen, which also meant that the TN, or the kernel nitrogen that we got, it was a bit low, okay, but it makes sense because the yields that we got in that year were quite high. Okay, and then obviously we got the lower yield where we didn't apply nitrogen. And I understand that yes, the yields are quite high for where you didn't apply nitrogen. However, we must remember that we don't work in isolation. We work within a conservation agriculture system, which is well advanced. Therefore, there are reserves that are in the soils which actually have, I think, led to us having that high yields. Okay. And then what I also want to talk about is that what we also saw is that from 0 to 20 N application, I saw a 13% yield increase and a 17% in 2023. Okay, what I also saw was that, especially in Heidelberg, is if you delay your top dressing, it does increase your kernel nitrogen at the end. Okay, definitely if you look on the boxes that I made there for you, is that if you're splitting your nitrogen applications, and you will definitely get an increase in your kernel nitrogen. And what I also noticed is that 10 kilograms of application doesn't do much on your kernel nitrogen. So you need to up it a little bit, especially if you're chasing that molt. Okay. Something that I also noticed is that foliar application didn't do much in terms of improving the kernel nitrogen, because if you look at the last three, we have the foliar applications, which we followed as a form of a top dress. There wasn't any drastic improvement in kernel nitrogen. Something else that I have noticed is that as you increase your nitrogen application, you are definitely losing on plumpness. However, in the study, all the plumpness is definitely high, and there isn't many significant differences, but there is definitely a trend. Okay, something that I also did that I find quite interesting is when I was calculating the estimated gross margin, was that if your quality is not to where it is, I mean, the people in the industry will know that if you're losing on yield and you are losing on quality, you are definitely gonna feel it in the bank. And I also noticed that obviously you tend to have a higher gross margin if your inputs are lower. However, I think we must also remember that, like I said, we are working within a system of different crop rotation. Therefore, we must also protect our soil in terms of not going too low on our inputs, especially nitrogen. Okay, in closing, high nitrogen application encourages obviously luxury uptake by crops, which leads to insignificant increase in yield, reduced gross margins due to high input costs, potentially lower revenue from diminished or lowered crop quality. It is therefore essential for a balanced system to optimize your gross margin by managing your input cost, especially in this case, your fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer input. Also, it is worth noting that when you're doing your planning, barley removes approximately 25 to 27 kilograms of nitrogen per ton produced. And this nutrients needs to be replenished to ensure a balanced soil. Therefore, I believe we adopting a split nitrogen application strategy can significantly enhance your nutrient efficiency. However, it is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Instead, an integrated farm-specific approach is critical to achieving this tailored, sustainable results. Okay, what do I mean by integrated approach? You must do your soil testing, and in the season, you do your leaf tissue testing, and then you can also do some leaf testing later in the season to ensure that you will be in the right range. Okay, in closing, I would like to thank the people that we have worked with, shown in the slides, and also thanks to my colleagues for helping me with this research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Can we get a mic?
Thank you again. It's just multiple questions, simple ones, with a clarity. I saw in your results you indicated that you used LSD, least significance different test. And why did you choose to use that one while your treatments were more than 7, where you have an option of using Ola Duncan multiple range test? And again, the question is that, what was your standard control based on all the results that you have achieved? I'm sorry, the last one, was your fertilizer application on your trials calculated based on the soil analysis? Because believe me, in most of the studies, your soil already has accumulation of some nitrogens in the soil. Did you calculate your fertilizer based on the amount of the nitrogen that was present in the soil before you create your treatments?
Okay, I will start with the last one. Okay, so no, not based on the soils, because number one, we have a very wide region. So we thought maybe let's base our treatments rather on demand and what we have seen in the past in terms of the quality of the results that we get. So that's why we stretched it from very low to very high. Okay, on the statistical analysis, I will, because I have the results on hand, I will definitely consider other other forms of analysis to help me analyze the results better. So the third one I've missed. Can you just repeat it for me?
I saw you used various levels of nitrogen. What was your standard control? Your results were compared based on what?
So I compared my results based on, so I have 3 regions. So each region has its own control. In Caledon, the norm would be around from 60 to 80 kilograms of nitrogen. Heidelberg, which has a lower rainfall, therefore it will be around from 20 to 40, depending on where you are. Similarly, the Napier regions, again, from 60 to 80. However, I know where you're going, probably. I didn't conclude to recommend, because this is an ongoing study, so we are still working on it and analyzing the results, and then we will give recommendations of what we think is the best.
Any more questions? So I just want to know, are you guys going to look at the effect of all of these treatments that you have on the quality of your, for brewing purposes, obviously?
Yes, that is the plan. We plan to see what is the effect in the brewing process, yes.
Okay, so if there's no more questions, give him a hand of applause, please. Then let's welcome our next speaker, the last one for the session. Okay, so our next speaker is Dr. Annelie de Beer. I think a lot of you guys know her. For the younger people who don't, she's working at the ARC in Potchefstroom and focusing a lot on soybeans.
Dankie. Thank you very much. 50 minutes to fit in 45 years of research done by the ARC. Soybeans are the most important oil crop produced in South Africa and is mainly driven, the demand is driven by the feed industry. So 99% of all soybeans produced in South Africa are being used in the feed industry. There's a very small niche market for human consumption, which is around 15,000 tons. Soybean, the benefit of soybeans, I think we've talked a lot during this week about the role of soybeans in crop rotation. But the other important factor is, and I want to also talk about that later, is the lower input cost required when planting soybeans. Some of you who have attended, I think it was a meeting organized by Grain SA and the Oil and Protein Development Trust at CSRI. Remember one of our leader farmers, Mr. Joseph Duplessis, testified during that meeting the impact of soybean production, especially in the area that is farming in the western parts of Northwest, where he said that in a couple of years, 20 of his farmers or his neighbors were in very financial difficulties. And just planting soybeans changed the whole situation for them because of the lower input cost required. For you that think you haven't consumed any soybean products, maybe I must read the label, especially when you are buying cooking oils. But as I said, it is a very niche market in South Africa. If we look at the production in South Africa since 2016, you will see that the major production areas shift from, in the Free State, from 148,000 hectares to 545, which make it the Free State the biggest producers or province that produce soybeans. Looking at Northwest as well, 14,000 in 2016 and now 155,000 hectares. This is just a graph to show the production of soybeans over since 1970 in South Africa. The black graph is the tonnage produced in total, and the red graph is the hectareage planted. 2023, of course, the biggest produce year that the tonnage as well as the hectareage. For 2024, mainly the same hectareage, but 1.8 million tons in total. Very low, very difficult year. Irrigation, less than 10%, mainly in the Northern Cape. This is the average commercial yield over the years, also since 1970, and you can also indicate that 2023, the average commercial yield per hectare was around 2.4 tons. For 2024, it was 1.6 due to the drought. Where did it all started? The soybean cultivar trials was initiated in 1978-79 by the then Oil and Protein Seed Center, now the ARC Grain Crops, under the government directives in order to stimulate the support in the local soybean industry. The reason for that is that we were heavily dependent on the import of protein in the form of fish meal. And because of the sanctions against South Africa these days, the government decided that we have to become independent regarding our protein source. So this is where it all started. And since then, we were, as the ARC, responsible for the coordination of the soybean trials. This is just to show you the 1978 and 2024 trials. The aim of the national soybean trials is to compare different cultivars for agronomic and economic performances, as well as to test the adaptability of cultivars and new releases for specific areas and cultivation practices. And this is very clear that there is a huge difference in the performance of the same cultivar between the cool, moderate, and warm areas. What is the role of the ARC in the cultivar trials? We, as the ARC, we are preparing the trials. I've just indicated the extent of this, of the trials. We are designing the trials because we want to compare apples with apples, and also responsible for the data capturing of all the trials. We are also doing data collection in 25% of the trials conducted, because it's very difficult to do data collection in 36 trials. This is why we have got partners involved that is also conducting some of the trials. We are responsible for all the laboratory analysis, data analysis, comprehensive reports, cultivar recommendations, which we publish every year and make it available to the producers. And of course, the most important part is unbiased reporting and quality control of the trials. Variables, what is the data that we collect on the trials? Days to flowering. We know that flowering is a very important stage of the development. Days to maturity, days to harvest, pot height, plant height, green stem and lodging, of course, very important, especially if it comes to harvesting with a combine harvester, because that can cause a lot of trouble and during the harvesting process. Oil and protein, seed quality, shattering. One of the biggest challenges in the production of soybeans is the shattering. You can't, like a maize crop, leave it. If it's time for harvesting, you have to go and harvest. Otherwise, this will be the result, like this picture. So this is one of the challenges with the production. And of course, yield, very important. And then we also determine the yield reliability and stability. You don't just need a cultivar that's high in yield. You want a cultivar that's stable and can produce over a couple of years. There were 3 events that I want to highlight that really impacted on the production in South Africa. The first one was the need for root knot nematode research, which resulted in the first release of a cultivar in 2002. And some of you will recognize the second event was the release of the first, or the registration of the first Roundup Ready cultivar in 2001. That made the life of commercial farmers very easy, because now they can spray Roundup to control the weeds. Only 20 years after this registration, the first new generation Intacta Roundup Ready 2 cultivars were registered in South Africa. And there's a very good reason for that, and I will come to that. I've just plotted the events that impacted, and you will see it was only in the mid-2000s where there was a really take-off in the production of soybeans in South Africa. If we look at production, you will see that more than 80% of seed planted in the country in South Africa is from farm-saved seed, meaning that farmers can keep the seed, plant their own seed, and produce. But what is also important is to acknowledge the continuous development of new varieties with improved quality and yield to sustain the production of soybeans in South Africa. Currently, there's 184 GMO cultivars on the variety list, 20 non-GMOs and 6 vegetable cultivars. The continuous investment in breeding is important for the industry. This is why during 2020, there was an endpoint royalty system introduced for soybeans to support the seed industry. For you that want to know more about that, there's an article, a popular article published in Grain SA, 6 May 2024. Currently, the endpoint royalty for 2024 is 66 Rand per ton. 2025, it will be 92 Rands a ton. Meaning, if I'm as a producer want to sell the soybeans and I deliver it at the silo, I have to declare to the silo what is the cultivar that I've planted. That is being administrated by an organization, and at the end of the season, a percentage of that will be distributed to the seed companies according to their market value or market share. This is just an indication of the demand for new cultivars to be included in the cultivar trials, just to give you an indication what is the demand, because there's constantly new cultivars coming on the market which needs to be evaluated. This is just a list of what we are doing currently this year. 32 cultivars in the trials, 7 companies involved. This is the major soybean companies in the country that we got on board. The cultivars included vary from a 4.8 maturity group to a 7, which make it a little bit complex because the flowering dates differ between different, not between only the cultivars, but also between the different, 3 different plant regions, which means that each and every trial site we have to visit at least 11 times to do all the data collection. This is just a map to show you what we mean by warm, moderate, and cool areas. The red, of course, the warm areas. The yellow and orange will be the moderate, and the green, the cool areas. At the moment, we've got 36 sites. 14 of them will be in the cool area this year. In the moderate area, we've got 15 sites, and in the warm area, 7. And you will see there's a lot of co-workers that's working especially seed companies that's working on these trials. This is quickly the results from the past 3 years, where I just look at what is the impact. Of course, the farmers will know, we are paying these royalties. Is there any benefit from us, from the new varieties? So I just took the last 3 years' results, and I've compared the old cultivars, that is to the right, to the right. And I've compared them to the new entries, the entries since 2020. And you can see in the cool areas, it's not a good picture because the old varieties is really performing very well. Looking, however, at the moderate areas is totally a different picture. You will see although the average yield for the old cultivars is a little bit more better than the new cultivars, there's a lot of new varieties that is performing really, really well, which is good news. Looking at the warm areas, the picture is even more promising with even more cultivars, more cultivars that is from the new varieties that is performing, and you can see the average of the two old and new cultivars are very much the same, but there's a lot of varieties that is very promising. I've just highlighted the 5 best performers for each production area, and I have highlighted the new cultivars with a star. And you will see that under the 5 top performers, there will be a lot of these new varieties. Stepping back in the past, this was the best performer in 1979, cultivar with the name Bragg, 2.3 tons per hectare. 2011, 2.6 tons, one of Lima Grains cultivars. And in 2023, the best performer is Don Mario cultivar, 7.9, 7.8 tons per hectare, huge difference. And then I've included this cultivar also as an example for a little bit lower production, but the difference is this is a very short grower. And this makes me very excited because we need short growers with high yields. So this is one of AgriSeeds cultivars, 4.9 maturity group. What is the financial benefit of the correct cultivar choice for the farmer? And I want to illustrate this by this. I've just took the main yield of the best 5 cultivars and I've compared it to the mean yield of the poorest 5 cultivars in the trials. And you can see for the cool areas, it's more than half a ton difference. And you can see if you calculate the value of this per hectare, there's a huge financial benefit for the farmer to make the right cultivar choice. So it's worthwhile spending more time in the office, making the right decisions for the farmer because it will end up in financial benefits for them. And this is why we said this is very important to continue with cultivar evaluation in South Africa. Was it worthwhile? All the effort and work that we've done over 44 years. The first graph with the green is the average yield for the cultivar trials, and the last one, the back one, is for the commercial average yield. And you can see this increase in the yield over years that you can also calculate in financial benefit. What is the challenges? This is my last slide. We want high-yielding short growers, widely adapted to avoid sclerotinia because this is the biggest challenge. We also want to relook at the cultivars and test them for nematode tolerance. This is my invitation to any student to join us on this project. And of course, field trials are very expensive. And we really want to invite any researcher that that's willing to come and work on the trials so that we can add value to the trials. And I want to thank this funders of this project, the Oil and Protein Development Trust, ARC, Dalraad, as well as the seed companies. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Annelien. Any questions for her? There's one here.
Okay, thank you again for a good presentation for almost 1970 to 2024, which is 54 years already. I realized on the study you indicated with Prof. Fori that 1981 and 1982, you had a serious problem of root knots, nematodes, incognita, and javanica, suffering the soybeans. And it indicated in your challenges that yes, even today you are still struggling. My simple understanding is that are we even today still struggling to find the right way of solving nematodes, especially in your institute at Northwest with Prof. Fori? It's just a clear understanding that is it still we call it Klobaboroko, or is it that a major problem that the institute there is struggling to solve the issue? Thank you.
Yes, I think there's a challenge. Remember that the companies are bringing these cultivars to South Africa. They are importing it. We are not involved in the breeding of the cultivars. And we need, as we are doing the evaluation for yield, we also need to test and to evaluate the cultivars for nematode tolerance. I hope I understand your question correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, Doc. And my question is, on the newly developed cultivars, are they able to address the issue of shattering, of the pods shattering?
Yes, there's definitely improvement in the shattering, but it's very dependent on the climate. Climate is a big role player in the shattering process. Genetic-wise, there's definitely improvement, but climate-wise, it impact on when it's shattering, especially after rain, and with a heat wave just after rain, when it sounds like popcorn. When you're in the field, you will just go pop, 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 pop. And this is why it's so important to, you know, when a farmer wants to plant soybeans, I will just ask him first if you service your harvester, because there's no time to spare if you need to harvest.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think maybe let's take one more question, but then I want to stop because I want us to finish for the day.
Hello, Doctor. It's Renier Meyer. I just want to ask, I know there's some farmers having problems with atrazine, which are used as a broadleaf herbicide on maize, that have a residual activity affecting areas in soybean fields. Is there any cultivar development against atrazine or not yet?
We haven't tested that. We know that they are very, what do you call, to atrazine, but this is not, that was not part of our scope, yes. Definitely.
Okay, thank you very much, Annelien, for a very good presentation. So please give her a round of applause. So this concludes this morning's session. Everybody, thank you so much for your time. Can I please ask, if you can, if you want to attend the next session, please make sure that you are here at 2 o'clock, that we can stay on time. So please be here at 2 if you want to attend the next session in this hall. Then again, just a reminder for this afternoon's society meetings at 4. Please join us if you want to join the societies. Thank you very much.